recorded now, and this will be posted at some point to the meeting webpage. I haven't got around to posting the last actually 2 meetings. Apologies. That's my bad, especially with this year's been a little hectic in my life, so I just haven't gotten around to it. But those will be posted to those meeting web pages, as will this one. Okay, I am going to open up my notes here, and sorry, bear with me. Oh, yeah, wait. Where did I put that? Sorry. There we go. All right, well, unless anyone objects, why don't we get going? I'm gonna stop my screen share. So let's kick this meeting off officially. It's 10:02. We have all of the Marine Planning Committee members minus a couple. Hopefully they will join us, but we have a quorum. My name is Kerry Griffin. I am a staff officer with the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and I staff the Marine Planning Committee. I, along with your co-chairs, Mike Conroy and Susan Chambers, will be running the meeting today. We have several other speakers that we will turn to at the appropriate time. And the way that works is if you have any slides, everyone can mute and unmute yourselves. That's fine. Just be forewarned. Just to keep down on background noise, if I see someone who is unmuted but isn't supposed to be or isn't talking, then I will mute you. So don't be offended. I'm just cutting down on background noise, but again, everyone can mute and unmute yourself. And then if anyone has slides, we do have a few people giving presentations. I will make those people moderators, and then they have the ability to share their screen. As I mentioned, this is a public meeting of the Pacific Council's Ad Hoc Marine Planning Committee. The agenda has been posted to our webpage for a while, and if you have any trouble getting to the agenda, give me a shout. But if you go to the PFMC homepage and you scroll down a little bit, you'll see near the bottom on the right, or down a little bit on the right, there's an entry for the web page for this meeting, and that's where you can open the agenda if you don't have it. And I'll show it on the screen now and then also. It is being recorded, as I mentioned, and I think what I'll do is just turn it over to Mike and Susan. If you guys could hit anything that I neglected to before we get going, and then maybe walk through the agenda, see if there's any questions about the agenda. We have several items, so we'll need to be efficient and not get too waylaid. We are scheduled from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. as needed. Sometimes we finish a little early, but I think we have enough items to keep us busy, probably close to 4. So with that, Mike and or Susan, do you have any other opening remarks? And if so, go for it. And then if you could sort of walk through the agenda, that would be great.
Yeah, can you throw the agenda up on screen, Kerry?
Yes, I will do that. Sorry, I took it down.
Yeah, so while you're doing that, during our last meeting, which was a month ago now, we indicated that we may discuss the committee of the whole meeting that took place in January during our meeting today. The recordings of that meeting have been uploaded to the council's YouTube page. And in the meantime, the council has scheduled a staff briefing on the outcomes of that meeting for 3 p.m. on March 29th. There's links into the chat for both of those. There will be a committee of the whole meeting summary and possibly an initial executive director report in the April briefing book for discussion during the council's April meeting. Recommendations from Merrick will be included in the June briefing book materials with final actions slated at that meeting. depending upon what transpires and what comes out during that March 29th webinar, we as in the MPC, we may want to submit an MPC statement for the April meeting. Carrie, I think that summarizes the conversation that we had. I think it was last week. Did I miss anything on that? And you're muted, Carrie, if you're trying to talk.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like navigating 3 screens here, very unsuccessfully, I might add. Yeah, I think that was it. And then did you mention the kind of the revised, for those who were listening to the committee of the whole meeting, there's a slightly revised plan for finalizing those recommendations. Did you cover that?
A little bit. I said it was going to be done in the recommendations will possibly be ready by the time April rolls around, but final action won't be slated until June.
Yeah, I would characterize it maybe slightly differently. The April meeting will have a meeting summary and perhaps some sort of initial, I don't know, thoughts from the executive director. But then the director, Merrick, was asked to provide an executive director's report with recommendations. That report will be in the June meeting. And so, yeah, you're right. That's when final action is. But I do not think you're going to see the sort of official executive director recommendations in April. It's more sort of to cover, the what was discussed in the meeting, and maybe, I don't know, how far along they'll get and like possible decisions or outcomes or recommendations. But anyway, the official recs will be in June.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Karen. You're right. And for those of you who weren't listening in on the committee of the whole meeting, the Marine Planning Committee was a topic of conversation. So it'll be interesting to learn more either during the March 29th webinar or as we move forward with the rest and start seeing the recommendations. So something definitely to pay attention to, but to the extent that we had contemplated having a more detailed discussion about that during this meeting, we kind of suggested that we table that until we see what happens during the March 29th staff briefing on the what happened during the committee of the whole meeting. Yep. Susan, do you want to talk about the lovely Oregon update real quick that I'm sure everybody is well aware of?
I can do that. Yeah, as you all are probably aware, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management announced final wind energy areas off Southern Oregon. We'll talk about it more in the Oregon update part of the agenda. There is an NOI for environmental assessment that will be out. We will ask BOEM representatives are here or will be here to talk about clarifying questions regarding the NOI, but we don't have time today to talk about the full WIAs. Although BOEM will also provide an update to the council in March about finalization of those WIAs.
Perfect. Thanks for that. And then, yeah, you can see on the screen what we have slated for this morning. Just get a brief discussion about AB 525, in particular, 3 chapters and potentially 4 that could be of interest to the council and the MPC in terms of developing a comment letter. Some state-by-state updates. If Steve joins us, we'll get a tribal update. Then we have an hour slated for lunch, upon which time Lila will provide us with some NIMS updates. And then we have 3 of the lessees that possess leases off the state of California coming just to give us a really brief overview of what their site assessment and site characterization activities will entail. And then there'll be a chance for some Q&A back and forth with the developers on that. And then, as you will recall, in our November supplemental report, we included an example of this sort of tabular document that Jessica has been working on, looking at questions that remain unanswered and things that could help define and establish some data and research needs. So we'll take a brief look at that, get some thoughts on that. We're going to be proposing to submit an abbreviated version of that document as a supplemental report to the March meeting, just to kind of get the council's blessing in terms of what we're proposing is something that they feel would be beneficial and helpful, and then move forward. And then, as you can see, we've got a couple items at the end for our discussion and then upcoming activities and workload planning. So I think I got it covered, Carrie.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. Takes me a while to
No worries.
navigate back to my unmute button. Yeah, I think so. Susan, did you have anything to add on to that, or any questions about the agenda today or what's expected? And just to be clear, later on today, we can talk about, deadlines for a supplemental report for the April, for March, and then the briefing book deadline for the April meeting and those sorts of things. Any questions? And feel free to raise, there's a raised hand from Shems Judd. Why don't you go ahead?
I think you met Mike O.
Oh, you know what? That's funny. Okay. The little hand, anyway, yeah, it shows up in Shems' box there. Sorry, Shems. Mike O.
That's actually quite a compliment. Thank you. Just a real brief one on Oregon. I saw where maybe it's not important enough to even bring up, but I thought it was interesting. The the Commission for Fish and Wildlife voted, or whatever they do, decided that they wanted to add the southern subpopulation of killer whales into their endangered species list that they have. So I found that a little bit interesting. So anyway, that's it.
Yep. Thanks, Mike. I think you stole some of Susan's thunder on the Oregon update.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Susan.
Don't be.
Steve,
All good.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Since Susan mentioned the environmental assessment for the two WIAs in Oregon, Susan, can you tell us, is that going to be limited to the site survey activities?
The environmental assessment, as I
Yes.
understand it, yes, just like it was in California. But we'll have Boehm here to answer some of those questions under the Oregon update too. So get those questions ready and we should be able to answer all those.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further hands raised. Carrie, I'm going to steal the ability to
Hey, Mike,
share
while
my
you
screen.
are stealing that ability, Carrie, can you summarize how the letter finished up for California? The deadline is today, right?
Yeah, that's the comment letter on Boehm's notice of intent to prepare a programmatic environmental impact statement for the 5 California leases. And that was announced in December with a 60-day comment period. And so we initiated, meaning the Habitat Committee and the Marine Planning Committee, they collaborated on developing this quick response letter for council consideration. That's what we do in between when there's not a council meeting where they can consider a draft letter and talk about it in public session. Obviously, the timing didn't allow for that since it happened between council meetings. And so that letter is now sitting on Merrick's desk, ready for signature and submitting to Boehm. So yeah, a lot of people put in a lot of work on that. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's ready to go.
Cool. Thank you, Carrie.
All right. So thought it would be helpful to provide the MPC and others just kind of a really brief high-level overview on AB 525 Draft Strategic Plan, and in particular, the 4 chapters that you see enumerated on the screen that contain information that the council may be interested in commenting on. Yes, they are not in order as they are ranked in what I perceive to be their order of importance. I apologize in advance for those of you who took my recommendation to heart and read chapter 9. I'm sure that as you were reading chapter 9, you realized why the hell did he suggest that I read this? It was chapter 8. It was merely a typo. So apologies for that. We will go over some of the items contained in that. You'll notice that I didn't include chapter 11 here, recommendations. That's merely because it repeats the recommendations identified in each of the draft plans prior chapters. So just real quick, and I'll try to be brief so we can have time for conversations after the presentation. So chapter 5 is identification of suitable sea space. We've all seen and heard this before. As a reminder, these areas would support development activities to accommodate the state's 2045 planning goal of 25 gigawatts. We saw this map during our last meeting. I cut off the area below Morro Bay only to allow a better glimpse of the 6 specific areas that are identified in the draft plan. The CEC, when developing suitable sea space, applied the following parameters when determining that. Wind levels in excess of 7 meters per second. That translates into 13 knots. That's what the cutoff is for determining feasibility for commercial offshore wind development. The draft plan does include waters less than 2,600 meters in depth. That's a change from before where it was 1,300 meters in depth. Ocean slopes that were greater than 10% were considered unfeasible. And given the high concentrations of existing ocean uses and marine biological resources closer to shore, the Energy Commission excluded areas within roughly 20 miles of shore for consideration. Just want to highlight, throughout the draft plan, especially in the suitable sea space realm, and I'm going to read a couple of quotes. The suitable sea space identified for AB 525 is considered lower conflict or least conflict for potential offshore wind generation development based on existing but limited information. The report adds a caveat that further conflict screening is needed within these areas to fully assess suitability for offshore wind development. Conflicts that were identified and discussed include marine birds, mammals, and sea turtles, viewshed, tribal and cultural, fishing, both commercial and recreational, shipping, and DoD military operation. One of the recommendations that was included at the end of this chapter, I'm just going to read it as follows. Continued sea space identification, research, analysis, and refinement in coordination with BOEM, underserved tribal communities, and stakeholders to inform the feasibility of offshore wind development that minimizes impacts to California's coast and resources. One thing that if you overlay the traffic fairways that were created in the PACPARs over this, you will note that those fairways pretty much dissect the Humboldt areas 1 and 2 and the Mendocino areas 1 and 2. So it'll be interesting how they address that. So I just wanted to share with you all table 5.1 that's in the draft plan. This summarized the detailed tables that were included in the appendix. In volume 3 of the strategic plan is a list of appendices, and appendix C talks about the development and identification of suitable sea space. There simply isn't enough time during this meeting to do a detailed review of each of the areas and the potential conflict shown on the screen. I think that between the Habitat Committee and the Marine Planning Committee, we can certainly include in our comments information to help fill some of the missing elements and clarify others. As you can see here, there's a lot of information that is either low or not available. So we can certainly help with that. So want to talk about the areas that they looked at. They looked at 3 discrete areas when determining suitable sea space, or I'm sorry, in determining impacts of offshore wind. They looked at the offshore, just to clarify, moving on to chapter 4 now, that brief overview included the suitable sea space. Now moving on to the potential impacts of offshore wind and then AMM strategies. The CEC in their draft plan looked at 3 discrete areas. They looked at the offshore and nearshore. They looked at ports and harbors, and they looked at onshore. It looked at the construction phase, operations and maintenance phase. It did not look at decommissioning. The potential impacts from each phase and each location vary depending on the location, intensity, and duration of the activity, i.e., towing assembled turbines out of ports will have impacts of shorter duration than the presence of inter-array cables suspended in the water column. The remainder of this chapter is dedicated to overviewing impacts in those 3 discrete areas and then strategies and recommendations for the following broad categories. Just want to note, Chapter 4 summarizes the site-specific activities of floating offshore wind in Appendix Bs. So it looks at the broad categories it looks at are marine biological resources, Native American tribes and peoples, fisheries, national defense, and underserved communities. Sorry. So did want to highlight a few specific areas out of Volume 3, which is the appendices. Many of the fisheries mitigation strategies will be addressed by the strategic plan currently being developed by the State Fisheries Working Group. I will note that this draft plan was put together before SB 286. At least a good portion of it was put together before SB 286 was signed into law. So I think we have to pay some attention to the overlap in the fisheries mitigation strategies versus those that aren't covered under SB 286. With regard to atmospheric and oceanic processes, I would suggest that there are things that Council has expressed concern about, larval transport, for example, that would fall under this header but aren't included. I do note that larval transport is specifically mentioned earlier in the appendix, but it could be included here as well, as upwelling is mentioned in that earlier reference as well. Also missing is the possibility of discharge from pollutants. The CEC and state agency partners working with BOEM and the Conservation Biology Institute collected available data useful for examining various aspects of the wind resource, ocean uses, and environmental information. Lila, I hate to put you on the spot here, but are you aware of any conversations about bringing NCOS into this conversation? Because I noticed that NCOS wasn't used in identifying suitable sea space.
Into the conversation with the CEC? No, I'm not aware of any conversations about that.
Okay, so that might be something that we suggest or recommend if we're going to comment on the draft plan, is to use the expertise of NCOS in either validating the data sets and validating the outputs provided by CBI, or just sort of validating what their conclusions are. So
no,
go ahead. Sorry.
In terms of BOEM's process, BOEM is, announced, when was it, last year or something, that they would be using NCOS for siting, right? Like to whittle down the siting areas, right? So I guess if that's your question, then NCOS would be involved in that. But like I said, with regard to the CEC, I don't think if there's any conversations on that front.
Okay, good. Yeah, you kind of answered my question. Or another question that I had, right? If BOEM is going to use this suitable sea space as the likely next call areas that we will see off California, then using their own words, we would expect that they would also incorporate, NCOS's spatial suitability model. I would hope that they would look outside beyond the areas of the suitable sea space and look holistically in the entire coast, but I guess that's a recommendations we can provide in our comments on this. So just real quick, I did want to highlight a couple of the exclusions and conflicts that were identified with regard to suitable sea space. Obviously, with exclusions, use of sanctuary, designated habitat areas, escarpment, and canyons. Noticeably absent from this would be the PACPARs, fairways identified during that process, and any Department of Defense constraints as well. With regard to conflicts, you can see on the screen here, these replicate what we saw earlier. Lila, once again, I hate to put you on the spot here, but in terms of their reliance on commercial and recreational fishing activity, did NIMS in any way, shape, or form assist the CEC or other state agency in identifying that activity and where those activities occur?
No, we weren't involved, but I do believe that they might have reached out to some of our scientists for some data sets, like in terms of stuff that was available online, because I think they used, like, for instance, some of the FRAM data, right? That's available. But in terms of like working with them, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Okay, thanks for that. Once we finish this presentation, it would be great to hear what people thought was good and what gaps they saw in terms of the identification of sea space and impacts, especially the items included here under volume 3, as that'll be useful in the process going forward when it comes to data used to identify or whittle down future bone call areas. Finally, with regard to chapter 4, some overview of impacts. This is intended to provide a very high level depiction of how this chapter is laid out and for each of the broad categories just identified. Fisheries are inclusive and include commercial, recreational, subsistence, and cultural fisheries. I would assume that fishing industry is utilized here. It also includes processors, but that remains somewhat unclear. Identified impacts, I'm just going to go through a laundry list of them real quick, include loss or reduction of current or future fishing grounds, impacts to marine life and habitats, economic losses, navigational hazards, damage or loss of fishing gear, increased vessel traffic, displacement, things. In short, these are all things that we have highlighted in the past in comment letters we have submitted. In terms of recommendations to address fisheries impacts, these are intended to support increased understanding of potential impacts to fisheries and the fishing industry and inform actions that are needed to avoid, minimize, mitigate those impacts and adaptively manage offshore wind development and ongoing operations. Just want to highlight 3 of them. Utilize current fisheries data sets to analyze assessing spatial and temporal trends in fishing effort and value metrics in the offshore wind and nearshore environment. Support the California Offshore Wind Fisheries Working Group in completing its work and continuing work to develop a strategy to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to ongoing fisheries surveys. Just want to highlight that Appendix B includes additional strategies, and this is in Volume 3, I should say, sorry. It highlights additional strategies for addressing fisheries impacts identified by fishing industry representatives. So just real quickly, just a high-level overview of the transmission technology and alternatives assessment. And the only reason that I included this is because this chapter discusses the transmission infrastructure needed to bring offshore wind generation to shore from the current lease areas. This chapter 9, for those of you who read it, once again, I apologize, talks more about getting how that transmission is going to be, how that energy is going to be transmitted once it hits shore. But chapter 8 talks about how they get it from the offshore area to shore. A detailed review of the many concepts, alternatives, and variables analyzed in this chapter is not intended here. This for time, and some of the items are highly technical in nature. For our purposes, utilization of HVDC transmission, where power may come ashore, are likely going to be of most interest. To date, most offshore wind power has been through high voltage alternating current, HVAC, but there is increasing interest in high voltage direct current for a number of reasons. Number one, it is better suited for long distance transmission since reactive power losses do not occur in those DC systems. The draft, in my humble opinion, the draft plan does a good job of laying out the costs and benefits of each. I do want to note that the choice of HVAC versus DC will impact substation design and functionality as well. Substations that export DC power will have converters placed on them. These converters will draw wall water from the ocean to cool the equipment, which converts the power from AC to DC. I just want to note on the East Coast, the Sunwise offshore wind project proposes to export DC power to shore. In their draft EIS, they estimated that the maximum daily average discharge temperature would be about 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and the daily average discharge temperature would be 86 degrees Fahrenheit, while the maximum inflow and outflow volumes are 8.1 million gallons per day. It is expected that the daily intake flow would range from 4 to 5 million gallons per day. So it's not an insignificant amount. With regard to those offshore converter stations, it also brings into question potential entrainment, depending upon where those intake and outflow locations, at what depth those are. So something to pay attention to as we move forward on the West Coast, and the developers give an indication as to what their intentions are. What is a meshed grid? In short, it's a cluster of offshore wind farms with fewer cables connected to the shore that can route power to 2 or more national grids. These would allow sharing of cable. I just included here a figure from the draft plan that sort of provides a pictorial representation of the various different transmission schemes that are being contemplated. Radial, which is used now, that's each development has its own substation and gets power to shore using its own lines. You can see shared, offshore, and mesh all involve some sort of sharing of substations and cable routes, and in some cases even the cables themselves. So something to pay attention to as we move forward. The draft plan references the Schatz Energy Research Center study, which assesses viable transmission alternatives that could feasibly interconnect gigawatt scale offshore wind energy projects off the coasts of California and Oregon. The study identified 3 development scenarios: low, mid, and high. This is informational only, just sharing this for informational purposes only. So for each development scenario, Schatz provided transmission alternatives. H.T. Harvey and Associates was contracted to perform a high-level feasibility assessment, exploring these potential siting and environmental challenges that might be encountered along segments of the routes for transmission alternatives. H.T. Harvey included in their analysis protected species, EFH, biologically important areas, MPAs, and sanctuaries. As Mike O just alluded to, I wonder if the recent action by the Oregon Fish and Game Commission to list southern resident killer whales under the State's Endangered Species Act would have changed the feasibility rankings for Oregon. So on the left is one of the alternatives provided by Schatz Energy Center. As you can see, those green transmission lines represent different potential alternatives for how to get the power ashore, acknowledging that just right now there isn't the infrastructure in place in Northern California to land all of the energy that they're proposing to develop in that area. So you can see that one of the alternatives has a transmission line running well offshore until it bends in just above Bodega and then runs into Moss Landing. There are other alternatives that has this power going to San Francisco, just below Fort Bragg, and in some cases to the Northern California areas as well, just showing this for an example purposes. On the right, you see, is H.T. Harvey's feasibility assessment. As you can see here, the proposed route, which has power landing in Monterey Bay, Moss Landing, has very high barriers to development, whether it's sanctuaries, whether it's important areas to marine mammals, sea turtles, whatnot. There are high barriers to that. And then with regard to this chapter, the draft plan includes 2 recommendations. Basically continue assessing the transmission alternatives, including analyzing corridors, routes, right-of-ways for promising transmission pathways. And then most importantly, consider a phased approach to transmission development to examine both short-term and long-term offshore wind development needs, costs, and benefits to balance these factors. So those are the items that I had for the series. And Steve and Crystal, I apologize. I forgot to stop after each chapter to give you guys a chance to weigh in. So Steve, I know you wanted, or I think you were contemplating saying something about chapter 6, which was port and harbors. So I will stop sharing my screen for now and gladly turn it over to either of you if you have anything you want to add.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Yeah, first of all, I guess I'd like to just give my sort of high level observation about these reports. I did spend the weekend reading all of them, and the reports are moderately honest about how many uncertainties there are in these plans, data gaps, research needs, and what have you. And so, again, high level remark that you would think that the recommendations might address the uncertainties more than they apparently have. And then, yeah, I do have a specific concern about the port development one. A couple of them actually. One of them is that I'm pretty sure the Habitat Committee will have something to say about the massive dredging and deepening project that will occur and or is proposed to occur, and that that will have effects almost undoubtedly on eelgrass and scouring of Humboldt Bay. And so I think you probably will see in any kind of a quick response letter some calling out of that as an issue. And then also on the port part of it, I don't know to the degree to which this will resonate with the council, but there are a lot of concerns about the congestion that will occur as as the delivery of these floaters into the water and the construction of the turbines on top and what have you. As I understand, there's a proposal that they may accumulate, 3 to 5 to 10 of these floaters and try to move them out at the same time. And so given that they're up to 425 feet in diameter, and the channel looks like to be around 450 to 500 feet in places, you could see that would really block any other uses and lead to questions about safety at sea issues and what have you, should people be at sea, or just economic issues of fishermen trying to get out to harvest and what have you. So those are kind of lingering issues that I observed.
Thanks for that, Steve. Crystal, you have anything you want to add or clarify? All right, then I guess we'll open it up to questions, comments, whatnot from the MPC. And I realize and apologize, that was a lot in a very little amount of time. So I'm more than happy to share this PowerPoint with anybody if you want it. Maybe I'll just send it out as a PDF file to the entirety of the MPC, and you can delete it if you don't. Micah.
Well, I spent maybe not a whole weekend, but quite a bit of time reading up on Humboldt Bay just out of curiosity, and found out a lot of information that I didn't know about how pristine that watershed is in there, and the bay itself. But I guess I do recall too that we had Pacific Seafood had a desire to expand their oyster operation there. And as I recall, the council actually, or Habitat Committee, put together a letter objecting, which would have been about 200 acres, I think, or maybe more than that, 290, I guess. But it would seem like what they're doing to enlarge that port, I had heard that they might store up to 21 platforms there at a time, which they could save up, for during the winter, maybe when times are rough, or the ocean's rough. But I would wonder if we would want to at some point make a council or MPC or Habitat Committee make a comment on that. I mean, if it's 290 acres, is that valuable? I would think this is going to surpass that by quite a bit. Plus, you have to dredge, I think. So it just seemed like an unlikely spot to carve into an environmental icon like that, and just without knowing what consequences there might be. And maybe they've done some more studies since then, but it would seem a lot more invasive than just raising oysters. It wouldn't be on the ground. So, okay, that's it.
Yeah, to that point, Mike, what I think last summer a notice of intent was published to develop an EIR combined environmental document for that port, the Humboldt Bay Marine Terminal project. So at some point, there will be a draft EIR, draft EIS published on that. And I think that's probably going to be the appropriate opportunity we have, both the MPC and the HC, to comment specifically on whatever's included in that document. So is that helpful?
Yeah, I do recall that now. I think I've made a couple of comments along the way previously. So that would, I think, but as a group, I mean, that might be a time for us to think about it also. So there is some salmon going through there too. As I recall, they're smolt, maybe not smolt, but they're one step from smolt if they're not, that linger in that bay for a while before they go out. So there's a lot of wildlife there, let's put it that way. Seabirds was off the chart. I couldn't believe it. So,
Roger that. Thanks.
Yeah,
Jessica.
Mike, if I can just add to that, that I believe the 525 report is ultimately is a planning document for the state. And so to that degree, we probably should weigh in on some of these things now and maybe not wait for an EIR or EIS to come out later, because if the state marches forward with planning with, partial information or what have you, that's not a good thing.
Jessica.
Yeah, I think Steve, I agree with you. That's kind of where my question was, is thinking of this as a planning document and this group, having a lot of knowledge about the fisheries. I was drawn to figure 5-8, which was kind of showing that Central Coast Fisheries Data Project and how it was used to inform the siting. And I would really appreciate knowing what people's thoughts were on that fisheries data and the different AB's thoughts on how the fisheries data sets were depicted here, to come up with recommendations on how to consider fisheries for this planning process here in California. That was just a question I had of thinking about a good recommendation that this group could provide some insight on which data sets would be recommended for use in certain future siting projects, and trying to get y'all's input on that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jessica. I actually emailed Ken because the one thing that is noticeably absent when I saw this figure is any reference to any HMS fisheries that exist. Ken, Ken Bates, he's Humboldt, Eureka area fisherman. He helped put this data set together, and he assures me that when they submitted it, it included albacore and other HMS stocks. So I'm trying to figure out why those were submitted but don't appear in this diagram. And this is definitely one of those areas where I think highlighting that omission could be important.
Yeah, and I just would add, Mike, I think kind of developing recommendations on what should be included here would be useful too, and good information to provide.
All right, I can't. Oh, Corey Niles, I think your hand is up, or it was up.
Yeah. Can you repeat that stuff about the AC/DC? It sounded like you used to work at Radio Shack. You knew what you were talking about, but just my real question is, can you share those slides did you share those slides with us? And if not, would you mind doing so?
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't, and I can certainly. I'll convert it into a PDF file so it's not stupidly large. But yeah, not a problem. And
but
I learned far too much about AC versus DC.
Oh, good. Thank you.
All right, I don't see. The only hand I see is Corey's. Oh, now I see Steve's. Now I see more hands. Steve, go ahead.
My comment is just about the chart you showed earlier, Mike, that had the fisheries impacts, and it just had reduced in all the columns for the different areas. And reduced is a pretty loaded word, as we can all appreciate. You know, you could have a pain level of 10 and be reduced to 9, and you know, boy, you're still pretty bad. So it'd be good if there was more detailed information in that chart about impacts.
Stand by. Are you talking about this one?
Yes, that one. Yeah. Reduced
I
being a
can't-
very loaded word in that chart.
Yeah, no, I note there are the 3 asterisks next to reduced. Unfortunately, and at the bottom of the slide, it says what that means. Unfortunately, I can't see it because it has my Ring Central is sharing a window that happens to cover that up. So maybe I hide this. Yeah, it says.
Mike, it says reduced means that conflicts to fisheries are reduced compared to nearshore environments. Additional fisheries analyses are needed to fully understand impacts to fisheries.
Yeah,
And
and
of
I think
course-
we can be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, of course, Mike, for something like albacore, which has come up, it could be a tremendous impact on albacore, but perhaps overall reduced compared to nearshore.
Yeah, and I think that's, throughout this chapter, they made that abundantly clear, right? That by drawing that imaginary line at just about 20 miles from shore, that a vast majority of the fisheries would not be impacted. It fails to, understand the nuance of, for those fisheries that are dependent upon access to those deeper waters, it's a significant hit, right? So, we've made that argument before. I think both in the Oregon draft wind energy area comment letter and other places. So, we can certainly borrow that language from that to sort of add that clarifying and more importantly, educate the CEC on this, because I don't think that, fisheries is their expertise. And then Jessica, I saw that your hand was up again.
Yeah, I actually had the same point as Steve, but really thinking about recommendations for that second part of that asterisk sentence of additional fisheries analyses are needed to fully understand impacts to fisheries, and potential for development of recommendations on what those analyses should be might also be useful.
Yeah, and the one thing that I'm curious of is, what fisheries data sets did they use? I know that the report briefly discusses, how they got them, but, to the extent that, did they incorporate data from VMS? Did they incorporate other data sets that are available? Because, utilizing the DFW's information, which will narrow it down between 100 square miles. I don't know how helpful that's going to be in discreetly identifying which areas are of high value to specific fisheries. So I think that's going to be something that we can certainly incorporate into our comments as well. And then Lila, please.
So on in volume 3, table C8 does list out the data that was used. So is that what you're looking for in terms of the specific?
Let me get
It
there.
starts on page 88.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Let me share it real quick. Will that be helpful if I share it for you?
Yeah, and then I also had another question.
Okay.
So I guess in terms of that list, it would be helpful to hear what people think about those data sets and if anything was missing.
Okay, thanks for that. No, you're right. And Susan, I can't see hands. Or Carrie, I can't see hands.
Okay, I have Travis, followed by Corey, followed by Mike O.
Yeah, I just back to the reduced fisheries impacts. A couple of things, and to be for clarification, they're only talking about the wind energy area or the lease area on that, correct?
No, they're talking about the areas that have been identified.
That have been
As suitable
identified.
space.
So
Yeah.
my point being that it's nothing outside of these areas, nothing shoreward, nothing to do with transmission, between the shore and these areas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's a big distinction because there will be a lot going on in those areas as well. And then on the triple asterisk on that part, so what we felt all along is that the analysis was rudimentary at best on impacts to fisheries. I'm wondering what the going forward, what the further analysis is going to, show them that the initial analysis didn't. I mean, they obviously didn't listen to the fishing industry or made their own determination on what the impacts were. I'm just curious as to, what may change, what further data sets they're going to use to show impacts.
Yeah, no, good. I mean, good point, Travis. I guess my only answer to that question would be is, to the extent that we can educate the CEC on some of their either faulty assumptions or where we believe that we can provide additional expertise and information to help clarify or expand their knowledge. I think that's what our mission would be there. All right, Corey Niles.
Yeah, just on that one question that Lyle asked, like what would be missing or what from that list, kind of just brought up the not a minor point, but that I brought up last time about, existing activities versus potential. Whiting being the one example that came to mind of California hasn't had a whiting, shoreside whiting fishery in a long time, but it certainly could if it were ever to anyone were interested. So just that a fine point to make of there's potential fishing and then there's the fishing we see now. Excuse me.
Yep. Nope. You're spot on. We've brought that up before. Mike O.
Yeah, it seems, we've talked a lot about data gaps, but here's the case. It seems like there is some data, but you'd think they'd at least classify it as insignificant or something, rather than just drop it out. So that's appears, I'm not very well educated in this area, but that seems to be what they're doing, though, more or less. Is that right?
More or less, yeah.
I mean, but I don't personally, I don't think if they picked it up at the early stages, they're not any more likely to pick it up at, as NEPA process develops more down the road. I just have that feeling. So anyway.
And now is your hands back up?
Yeah, just pointing out that Tim Sippola's question in the chat can remind folks what report Susan was. Which of the reports we were actually referring to? It was the summer report, right? I think Susan's now answering him, and maybe I'm just behind in the chat.
No, I was typing an answer to him as you brought that up.
Talking and typing is hard.
Okay, I learned about HVAC versus DC. So I think typing and talking is easy. All right, last call for this lovely subject.
I still have a question.
Oh, shoot, I didn't see your hand. Sorry.
So, in volume 3 on, I think it's page 24 and 25, it talks about fisheries mitigation strategies and talks about having, it says like to minimize and avoid displacement of key fisheries facilities, yada yada, the fishing community would be consulted. So it's like, would this committee have any comments about that process, the consultation process, and who should be involved? I mean, I know that there's the Coastal Commission's California, the C7 work group. Is that the place? And then also in terms of the fishing, that work group is only California, right? So like, what about getting at more regional scale impacts? How would the fishing community at a broader scale be consulted? Like, is that something to comment about? And then in that same section or nearby, it says monitoring fisheries impacts with the cooperation of CDFW, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and the Pacific Fishery Management Council, utilize habitat suitability and other appropriate modeling to implement effective ongoing monitoring and reporting on impacts to fisheries. So again, if there would be comments about, what would that process look like, or what kinds of things should be monitored? Seems like that could go, to address those sections.
Yeah, so your first comment or question first, I think, the 7C working group that's now, the California Fisheries off, whatever the name of that group is, right? That was codified under Senate Bill 286. It has been tasked with developing a strategy to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to fisheries and dependent communities. To the extent that that portion of the draft plan was written before 286 became law, there might be some overlap that needs further clarification. But my assumption is, and this is just my assumption, is that the work products that are required from that working group will necessarily have to address the things that are included in that specific portion of the volume 3. To your second question, that's certainly an item that's ripe for comment. I don't know how prescriptive we get in that, or just focus on the need that when the monitoring strategy or discussions take place, that they aren't done in a vacuum and that all interested parties have a say in it. But it's certainly, I think it's worthy of including. Does that make you feel better?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just bringing it up for, in terms of if this group had comments of more specifically about what that process would look like or what's missing, like in terms of the regional, perspective. But maybe just by coordinating with the council, that's where they intend to get that regional perspective.
Yep.
Hey,
I'm
Mike,
going to
Carrie-
jump. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to jump over Steve and Jessica to get to you, Carrie.
Thank you. I just want to jump in. It's 11 o'clock. I want to do a time check here. This agenda item is scheduled to 11, and so we should think about wrapping it up fairly soon.
Right. Okay. Thanks. And okay, so we'll go Steve, then Jessica, and then move on. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. To Lila's, I think, second point or question, one of the tasks of the 7C working group is to develop a socioeconomic methodology statement that would address cost of fisheries from offshore wind. And that could have a lot of implications for elsewhere. Well, of course, other projects in California, but also potentially even coastwide. And, very much related to developing that will be a really thorough understanding of what the impacts are. So that's something that the 7C working group hasn't really begun yet, but it could have big implications. And in as much as it's contained within this 525 report, maybe some more information about that part should come out.
Jessica, so you put your hand down. Are you deferring?
No, I was just going to add, Mike, I think to Lila's point on the regional fisheries discussion, it seems like in the transmission chapter, there's a bit more of a regional perspective of looking at transmission lines, but that's not necessarily clear in the, like thinking about the suitable space chapter on with regards to fisheries. So yeah, just kind of clarification on this group's view of regional, I think would be interesting and important to include.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you're right. That chapter 8 did talk about regional transmission planning, whereas the chapter that dealt with impacts to fisheries and the suitable sea space looked at it in isolation, looking only at California. So I think that's something also right. So, okay, Carrie, sorry.
No
But I think we'll be
apologies
able to
necessary.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to make up time during this agenda item, especially for the California update portion.
Yeah, I agree. And I also defer to you and Susan as chairs if you guys want to, keep the conversation going a little bit longer and adjust. So it's up to you.
Yeah, I don't see any other hands raised. I think I don't want to say that we beat this one into the ground, but I think we had some good conversation and some good ideas, good thoughts, and definitely have some takeaways from this that'll be informative when we get to the point where we start putting pen to paper. And
Sounds good. So you want to move on to the state updates?
sure. So in terms of California, aside from what you just heard, I don't have much to report. There are a slew of offshore wind related bills that have been introduced. There's a few spot bills that remain to be filled in. There is nothing earth shattering in any of those bills that I think requires immediate awareness. We can certainly in a supplemental report just put those in just for informational purposes only. But that's what I got thus far. I know that for those of you who are paying attention or want updates on what's happening with the offshore wind work group, the 7C work group, the 286 work group, we have our second set of meetings starting on Thursday and then a week from Thursday. Subgroups were formed and are actually starting to get or are intended to get down into doing the nuts and bolts of what's required by the 7C condition and also what's required under SB 286. So that process is moving forward. And that's what I have California-wise. Steve, Crystal, if you have anything you want to add or need to add, jump in.
Mike, I think we already covered it from my perspective when discussing the offshore wind working group.
Yep. All right, that's what I got. Susan?
Okay, 1 second. I have to switch screens. Be right back.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Also, my dog was drinking quite loudly, so always fun working from home. Okay, so at Oregon, I really only have 3 things. I haven't checked in with Jessica. She may have some additional ones. As you all know, like I said earlier, the BOEM announced the final WIAs for Oregon. Most of the Coos Bay and Brookings areas were selected. There was a sliver across the bottom of the Brookings area that was taken off or that changed from the draft WIAs. That's helpful in that it helps with NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service surveys. I expect Lila can talk to that if we want to ask questions about that. But for our purposes today, we really need to focus on the NOI, the Notice of Intent to prepare an environmental assessment for the WIAs. As the NOI states, the proposed action is to assist in planning and decision-making. It starts a scoping process for the EA and solicits information regarding additional important environmental issues and alternatives that should be considered. BOEM will use the scoping process to identify and eliminate from detailed analysis issues that are not significant or that have been analyzed by prior reviews. So, like what happened in California, this will, as I understand it, really focus on site characterization surveys and things like that. As I said earlier, we do have some BOEM representatives here that we can ask questions of to clarify what we would do in a comment letter or would be most appropriate for a comment letter from the council. Second thing I have is House Bill 4080. As I mentioned in January, and we talked about, it was introduced in Oregon's short legislative session. Sorry, I'm still getting over a cold. It passed the Business and Labor Committee along party lines. It included an amendment that had specific references to Oregon tribes and a change to allow the Department of Land Conservation and Development to do the outreach and lead an Oregon roadmap development for offshore wind. It was subsequently referred to the Ways and Means Committee. The informal working group working with the governor's office has been developing the foundations for an offshore wind roadmap with exit ramps, even though that specific wording is not in the bill. The working group understands the exit ramps part would be included in a formal roadmap if the bill passes, if and when the bill passes. A work session was held on February 14th, but no further hearings or work sessions are scheduled that I know of, according to OLIS. And as Mike O talked about earlier, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission on Friday decided to list the southern resident killer whales as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. We don't know how that will affect offshore wind, but from the press release, the guidelines that were adopted will direct relevant state agencies to further monitor and address pollutants, especially those posing the highest risk for southern resident orcas and their prey, increase boater education on the current federal vessel buffer guidelines to reduce vessel and noise disturbance, enhance hatchery Chinook salmon production if capacity and funding exists, and increase efforts to prevent oil and other hazardous material spills. That happened Friday, so it's still kind of working through, how that would affect offshore wind development, but I would turn to Jessica she probably knows more about it than I do.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. I would just say, I'm just thinking about the draft WIAs and the NCOST modeling, and Lila, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe southern resident killer whales habitats were considered in that as is it spotlight species, I believe? So this, is just bringing that species under Oregon's endangered species, listed endangered species. And I would just add, Susan, for 4080, another component of that bill is increasing capacity for the state consistency review as well. It is incorporated into that.
That's true. Well. Thank you. I forgot about that. So, Lila, I see you have your hand up.
Oh, yeah. I'll just respond to Jessica. Yeah, so in the NCOS model, we did have the critical habitat for southern residents in the model, in our recommendations for the model. And there was no overlap. There's no overlap between that critical habitat and the final WIAs. So I think it was like out to, well, I won't say because I don't remember right now, but anyway, it was a little bit more coastal, I guess is the point. So it wasn't as far out.
Right.
To that point, Lila, won't transmission line and transmission corridors have to take into account critical habitat? Theoretically?
Yeah, I mean, there would be for any nearshore activities that there would either be consultations with, you know, the Army Corps of Engineers or BOEM, depending on what depending on who's proposing something. But yeah, some of those impacts will get addressed later on. But there was no, I guess I'm just saying that, yes, Jessica, you're correct. There's no overlap between the critical habitat and the final WIAs that were designated for southern residents.
Thanks, Lila. Mike O, followed by Jessica.
Oh, question for Jessica, and that is, if going on the Oregon endangered species list, who would govern the protection? I guess, would it be W or ODFW? And the other question is, are there anything, is it pretty much the same? Well, it couldn't be the same, but what does that mean as far as protections go? I know it only extends out to 3 miles, but I'm curious, unless there's something else going on.
So as a Oregon resource, it would be southern resident killer whales would be considered under our consistency review, which currently goes out to, for marine energy, goes out to 500 fathoms as part of our geographic location description, so our GLD. So we would be able to consider impacts for Oregon resources under consistency review at the state.
Thank you.
Jessica, did you have something else? Or?
No, that's what I was going to say, Susan.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you, Corey, followed by Mike O.
Yeah, just I know we've the Endangered Species Act stuff comes up all the time, but I guess, and Lila, please correct me, but just because the critical habitat, there's no overlap, doesn't mean that there will be no consultation on these projects for the killer whales, right? Because if the effects of the project have some, I don't know what the standard is, but you know, it could still affect the population through indirect effects, and yeah, whatever the threshold is for them to look at it, critical habitat and jeopardy analysis aren't the same thing. Is just kind of the point I was making. Going back to this, you know, people get or not comfortable with things like leatherbacks and albatross not being included in the NCOS study, but they're all things that will be looked at through you know, through consultation at some point. And so just flagging it as an issue that I think we're all kind of still confused on. But yeah, the critical habitat isn't the end of the story. I was saying, yeah, Lila, please correct me.
No, you're totally right, Corey. So I was just trying to answer Jessica's question about the model, which I thought that was her question. But anyway, yes, for the consultations, if the action area is, you know, often broader than where a project might be, right? So you have to consider all those things that you just mentioned. So yes, you know, it would consider vessel traffic from the ports. So in that regard, southern residents would absolutely, and other species would be considered. So it just depends on, the details of every consultation, but you're correct.
Thanks.
So is there, let's see, Carrie, do we want, and Mike, do we want to talk about what we want to include in a quick response letter for the EAs, for the WEAs?
When is the deadline on that?
I was just looking that up. I can't walk or talk and think at the same time. Hang on.
I think it's right after the March council meeting because it's a 30-day.
March
I think it's
15th.
March 15th. Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
So I guess my question then would be, is it appropriate to use the QR process, or would we, and this is probably a question more suited to you, Carrie, would it be better to have a document shovel
Yes.
ready to submit as a supplemental for the council to discuss on the floor?
Yes. Yeah, that would be best. And so that would mean a quick turnaround to put something together. I think we talked about this, you and Susan and I, and, if assuming we would go that route, it would necessarily be a fairly short and concise letter. I think that's appropriate for the nature of the notice and request, and it's also appropriate for the timing. So yeah, that would be like a less than 1 week turnaround to get a decent draft in the briefing book for the council to look at, to be able to send it by the 15th.
Right, and we have prior letters that we've sent on these for, God, I think, didn't we submit letters for both Humboldt and Morro Bay?
Yeah, I think so, or some combination thereof.
There's definitely one for Humboldt.
Cool.
So for that, does anybody on the MPC have questions for Boehm about that NOI for NEA, or what to include? We do have Ingrid here, and I'm not sure who else. Jessica.
Yeah, I can get us started. Yeah, one question I had with thinking of this as scoping and trying to develop some recommended alternatives with regards to scoping is kind of understanding what the related actions are and the extent of those actions. From this NOI, it's pretty vague in the sense, or broad, I will say, of site assessment and surveys and characterization. And so trying to come up with recommended alternatives in this scoping phase seems kind of hard without kind of some guidelines and boundaries. So if Boehm could provide some of that, that'd be great. Or if that is supposed to happen once the draft is out, just some clarification there.
Okay, thank you for the question. This is Ingrid from Boehm. We have several people here today. We have Lisa Gilbane, Jen Miller, and Rick Yard. So Lisa or Rick, did you want to take that one? Let's see.
Hey,
Can you hear-
hello. Can you hear me? Or is Rick? Rick, I defer to you. Thank you.
Sorry, I was having a little technical difficulty with my computer. Sorry, it took me a moment to come offline. I am also having trouble hearing. This is all my computer's fault, so I apologize. I believe you were asking about the scoping process and what are the sort of the bounds of the issues that we're interested in that would be appropriate for a scoping comment. Did I get
Yeah,
that right?
mostly without understanding the full extent of like what a site assessment would entail, like how, let's say, how many Met buoys, how to provide alternatives without knowing the scope. So if you had some recommendations on what maybe the bounds of the scope are outside of just overarching site assessment and surveys.
Sure. I think that issue or those issues that you're raising are sort of what we're grappling with right now. In the California example, when we did those 2 EAs, we were making some assumptions about activities that we expected to happen for the California leases, and it appears that there were some areas where we could have included additional activities or activities in different areas and so forth. So we ourselves are in the process of learning. We have to end up making some best guess assumptions about the types of activities that could occur. All I can tell you is I think you can only do what we're doing, which is to refer back to the EAs for the California leases, and make best guesses about the type of activities. I mean, I think you should expect that it will be similar to what is in the California EAs, though there are areas where the lessees are perhaps proposing a few more buoys than we had anticipated and so forth. And I do think that we're expecting to try to analyze a larger sort of larger in geographic scope and also in types of activities, kind of expand as much as we can reasonably to be realistic about what we expect to happen. So that was, I can imagine that was not extremely helpful for you because I guess the bottom line is we are in somewhat of the same position, trying to bring our expertise to bear, but still make our best estimates about what we think could happen when we're so early, in the process that we don't have leaseholders or anything. So we don't know. We're just trying to be realistic about what's going on.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, Rick, a follow-up question based upon what you just said. Was there any thought to go in the EIS route as opposed to the EA route for the activities that are authorized under a lease?
No, no thought, because I still am not aware that there are any, our standard as well as I do, that we would look at potentially significant environmental impacts. Still not in the California experience as well, anticipating that there would be any of those. But the EA is what proves that up. So if we do an EA and we discover that there could be, then we could certainly transition into an EIS. I'll tell you that I haven't seen anything to make me think that there's, going to be anything that breaches that potentially significant realm, but it could happen.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Corey Niles, go ahead.
Not for BOEM, and another one, I like those who've been in this group for a while know I like putting Jessica on the spot. Maybe she doesn't know, but yeah, just I know, one of the common themes of this group and the council is, the bigger picture and how this, we care less about the EA for buoys than the impacts overall. But Jessica, I think the governor's letter mentioned one of your favorite words, roadmap, in the step of this. Do you have anything you could add on what that means, what the roadmap is? And if not, fair enough. And if you already said this, apologies, been multitasking a bit here.
No worries, Corey. I didn't say it. It was Suze. So Susan mentioned part of 4080 is the development of a roadmap, which has been kind of worked on through a subgroup and kind of brought into this. It's based on the development of the roadmap out of the state of Maine. So coming up with different strategies, and it's a multidisciplinary group with multiple interests, and it's really trying to promote engagement and getting everyone's viewpoints to develop a strategy, like Susan mentioned, on different ways to move forward, or potentially, she said, also have off ramps. So that's where that roadmap term comes in, and why that was referenced in the governor's letter.
Okay, thank you, and apologies, Susan, for not listening more carefully, but got it. That helps.
Jessica's got a new hand.
Yeah, it's a new hand. I don't want to take over. I'll defer to others if there's other questions.
You're it.
Okay, so this is another question for BOEM, just kind of on timeline. Looking at some of the timelines previously, this kind of new leasing phase has roughly a 1.5 year estimate. Do you have an updated timeline between when this NOI scoping and a draft EA would potentially happen or be released for comment?
I don't have a timeline for the draft right now. I think we need to dig into it a little more to get more certainty about the scope of it and see how we're coming on drafting that up. But I do think you should expect that it won't be so very long. I might throw out a wild guess of a couple months. And understand, everyone, if you haven't talked about this already, that we are heading towards, this leasing process has several interim decision points to be made in the coming months. But if those all lead towards having a lease sale, then the lease sale we would have in Oregon would be in October, in the fall.
Thanks for
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just appreciate that clarification.
Those interim decision points, as you all recall, would be the draft EA, where there will be a public process, FONSI. There are proposed sale notices going out for public comment, or a proposed sale notice going out for public comment. There would be a final sale notice. And again, if this process leads toward having a lease sale through those interim decision points, then the end would be an auction in October.
Thank you, Rick. Steve Steinblauer, followed by Corey.
Yeah, thank you. Question for Rick. Am I correct that the spatial extent of the EA will not include potential corridors to shore?
The EAs, as we did in California, include a description of and some analysis of surveys that can happen in a transmission corridor, and it includes a look at corridors right up to ports and potential points of interconnection. So we do include some description of activities in state waters, though be aware that our jurisdiction being federal waters 3 miles out, we don't have a lot of ability to direct mitigation, for example, in those state waters.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, the short answer is they would include some nearshore areas in the EA.
Corey Niles.
You good, Steve?
Yeah, thank you.
Corey.
Yeah, thanks. This is a question for BOEM, folks. I'm half remembering something Nessie said at one of our meetings, I believe, about the wind energy areas, especially the northern one, significantly smaller than the call area, which was the plan all along. But pretty reduced. And would developers even be interested still in can you just remind us or me how that plays in here to the process, or do you already have indication that developers would still be interested enough to proceed to the lease sale, assuming the like you said, the decision points are met there?
Jen Miller, are you on? I would defer to you if you are. If you're not, I'll try it.
Yes, I'm on. Hi, everybody. This is Jen Miller from BOEM. And one of the ways that we solicit feedback from potential bidders on whether or not these areas are of the size and shape and location that would be of interest would be in one of those steps that Rick was alluding to, and with the publication of a proposed sale notice where the areas would be described, the lease areas would be described, and we would solicit information from the public, stakeholders, tribal nations, consulting agencies, and the like about those areas, including whether or not they identified them as commercially viable. I will say the Coos Bay wind energy area is roughly the same size as the lease areas that we have in California.
Corey, you good?
Yep, thank you, Jen. Excuse me.
Mr. Okanowski.
Yeah, I guess I probably knew this at one time, but when you're doing the EA for siting, but you don't know who's leasing, but there is a survey part of the siting process that the individual leasees do, I guess.
Yeah, the environmental assessments for leasing are unusual. So it does, I mean, it's something that people often question. So we have to keep reminding folks about the scope of them. A lease itself doesn't give the ability for anybody to develop anything. So what the action that's analyzed is in those documents is the activities that we foresee happening post-lease, but prior to construction operations. And those are survey activities and site assessment activities, site characterization, site assessment. Those are activities that would all be done by the leaseholders who don't yet exist in Oregon. So that's why earlier when I was talking about us having our subject matter experts make our best educated guesses about what's anticipated to occur. That's what they're doing. And then the process that we go through after that, which is what we're in California right now, is proving that up by getting in survey plans and reviewing them and making sure they're within scope of our prior analysis. And if they're not, how to address that.
So I'm not sure what I'm hearing here, but the question is the survey used as part of the siting process?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Okanowski. I didn't answer you because I didn't understand what
Please
you were
not, Mr. Yeah. Just Mike.
All right. Yes, so all of the information that the leaseholders will gather in site surveys, site characterization surveys, and site assessment plans is data that is used to develop construction and operations plans that we do an environmental impact statement on as part of the siting review process.
So I'm still a little confused. So that's would be pertinent to the COP, but not the siting.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that getting another nuance of your point. Yeah, it's pertinent to construction operations, but the site, to the way that it plays in is in the siting of actual facilities. So within a lease area, it always turns out to be the case that there are areas because of, for example, important habitat features on the seafloor where they can't develop. So that kind of siting within a lease area happens during construction operations review. So the data that they gather plays in deciding to that extent.
And I guess there's differences in how they do the surveys themselves as far as equipment they use or acoustics and that, or is it all one format for what they have to do?
There can be differences, and the environmental assessments lay out some guidelines. But again, since it's all intended to support a construction and operations plan, the regulations and the guidelines pertinent to those kind of lay out the type of information that BOEM's going to need to do its environmental impact statement review of the COPs. So even if they have differences in equipment or methodology, in the end, there's a baseline, a floor of the type of information that would be needed in order for us to deem their plan complete and do the review on it.
Last question. Why then is the siting, isn't it connected to a COP plan also?
Why is it siting connected to the COP?
Well, I mean, is it or isn't it?
To the extent that I had described before with the siting within the broadleaf area where we need to do a review to make sure that they're avoiding and minimizing impacts to environmental features or other uses. It's included in that construction operations plan review. The siting process, I think, I'm guessing what you're getting at, this larger BOEM process about planning to get to an area for review. Of course, by the time we get to a COP, we've done some of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to flag, Mike, you're going to get some presentations from 3 of the leaseholders off California on what specifically they're intending to do during their site assessment, site characterization this afternoon. So hopefully that'll answer more questions.
Mike, the reason
more.
I was asking is I'm wondering how you develop an EA if the siting itself uses different equipment and stuff, and the EA covers everything. I guess there's without knowing in advance, I guess, what exactly the equipment is they're using or what acoustics, like little bombs going off or whatever. And so I guess to me anyway, there seems like there's an environmental impact involved, or could be, in the siting process itself, is what was suggested back on the right whales, when a few of them died up, a number of them died back east. And I think some people said it was related to the acoustics and disturbance there where they confused the whales and later they ran ashore, ran into ships and stuff. So, I mean, I guess maybe it's a nuance beyond what it should be, but I'm just curious how the EA covers all that. I guess we'll find out. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mike. And just try to put the EA covers site assessment and site characterization. A developer can't go out and use whatever equipment he or she wants. There's guardrails put up on that, and you'll see that during this afternoon's presentation. So, given the parameters on allowed equipment, I think that's provides some of BOEM's justification and rationale for why an EA is appropriate at this stage as opposed to an EIS.
Thank you, Mike.
Hey, Mike, another time check real quick. I see Jessica's hand up, but then we should probably move on.
Roger that.
Yep.
Thanks all. Yeah, I just had a last question for BOEM based on the previous conversation about is the EA an appropriate place for recommendations for data sharing then, given the site assessment and site characterization?
And you mean data sharing about the
information gained, yeah, from that site assessment and surveys?
Yeah, sure. I mean, recognizing that data of different types can have characteristics that mean that it, there's data that can be public and there's data that shouldn't be and data that can't be under law. I mean, so within the bounds that we have to work with, I think it's fair to make some recommendations there. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Rick, Jen, Ingrid. Appreciate all your answers and guidance. On to Washington, the lovely state of Washington.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Do have an update. I probably won't be too long. And Mike Oak and others can help me please as well. But the main update has to do with our WCMAC meeting last week on Valentine's Day. And as this group knows, we've known that our Governor Inslee's office has been had the plan to hire a consultant to study options for planning offshore wind for a while. And we did include an update in our report for the briefing book about the consultant that was selected. They're called GridWorks. And the project lead and the director of that group, Kate Griffith, is here listening in today. I think had we had this meeting next week or the week after, I think they would have been ready to request maybe some time on our agenda here, but they're still just getting started and needing to put together their public engagement plan before starting. So timing didn't quite work for this meeting. I'm kind of scared to ask, but if you'd like, I could share my screen just to show a couple of the slides they showed the WCMAC, or I can just speak to it. And I've never shared my screen before, I don't think. I don't have too many windows open, but
oh, then you have to try it. You have moderator role.
All right, I had it open here. Let me find it. Okay, let me try this. And I guess my main pitch would be that the WCMAC meeting is recorded and available on TVW's website, and you could all go hear exactly what they said rather than my paraphrasing of this. Oh wow, okay, something happened. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks. I don't need to make that bigger. And this is one of the slides from their presentation that I think gives you a sense of what their purpose is. And I won't let you all just leave it up here, and you can read it. That last paragraph is without a nice succinct statement of the purpose. And please go if you're interested. We'll listen to the full presentation. I can tell you, I'll put in a report where it begins, but a few minutes before this mark here at the 3 hour and 26 minute mark. But I guess that I would just characterize their processes. They'll be reaching out to tribes. Well, the governor's office will be leading the tribal engagement with GridWorks supporting them, and then they're going to reach out to various stakeholder groups, including the fishing industry, and GridWorks will be leading that. They've already been in contact with Heather Hall and I about getting a list of names to start with. Most of you are on that list, of course. So they'll be reaching out. And I guess the other thing, I'll just, if I can navigate here, I'll put their timeline up if I can find it. There it is. Look at that. So you can see we kind of had it in Mike Conroy, in your year at a glance, we had it right in terms of this being a first couple quarters of the year type of effort. So I think their timeline you can see here is pretty tight. You know, their engagement efforts are kicking off now and going through looks like early to mid-April. They're going to be providing a report to the governor by June, end of June there, or earlier than the end of June maybe. And then the last thing I'll point out is you can see that third row from the bottom, the public comment. They will be taking public comment on that. So I think that in just thinking about how the MPC could engage, I don't know if we'll have another meeting while their engagement window is open, but obviously they'll be contacting individuals. But yeah, we might be able to, I mean, I think we should be able to, if this group wants to be able to provide comment on that, on the final report. And yeah, I don't know, put Kate on the spot here, but I think she would be willing to say hello or put her email in the chat, or but she or Carol Bernthal is part of the group. You folks, many of you might know Carol from when she was the superintendent of the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary. Obviously knows a lot of our stakeholders and our ecosystem well. So yeah, Carol will be helping out with the fisheries engagement. And yeah, I think the age-old questions that if people want to provide input now, Kate is listening, but like, what is the most effective way to call people? Should they do small groups by sector, contact individuals? I think that's the question they're thinking about and coming up with their engagement plan, and short timeline, limited resource. What's the best way? Yeah, I'll stop there, Michael. And others were listening. And Kate, I just saw Kate put she's happy to ask questions in the chat, and hopefully that was longer than I hoped. But please go look at the recording and their presentation if you have the time. And if you didn't, I know many of you were already on there. Mike C, you had a comment about don't forget about people who don't live in Washington but fish off Washington, and they heard that. Yeah, but thanks. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Corey. And I am still here if folks have any questions. Happy to answer them. This is Kate Griffith. I'm the Director for GridWorks in the Pacific Northwest and heading this project for Washington State.
Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Kate. Mike, do you have anything you want to add? Just muted yourself. So I'm assuming that's a no?
No,
Mike,
just a little bit, Tad. Appreciate Corey, I'm sorry, overview there. I had to leave pretty early in the WCMAC meeting because of a appointment I had from months ago that I had to keep. But the one thing that I did get an interview from Steve Johnson with GridWorks, and it was I think a good experience all the way around, but I do believe that there might be some literature or something, or even some comments that I've been gathering a little bit of stuff from various places and emailing him on it so that they have a little bit of background on the BOEM process and how it, our experience, I guess, is fishing industry in other states, because Washington really hasn't experienced that yet to any great degree. So that was it, though. Steve is very insightful and did a real good job, I thought, as far as the interview went. So that's about it. I don't really have anything else, I guess.
Thanks, Mike. I'm glad to hear that your interaction with Steve went well, and we definitely appreciate you sharing additional, literature and information about how you're you've experienced the BOEM process in other states. So folks, as Micah alluded to, if you don't mind me jumping in, Corey said it was okay. So Carrie, if I'm ruining your agenda, please just let me know. So as Mike alluded to, we have a couple of different pieces of this process, and Steve has been helping us with the background research of experiences in other jurisdictions, including Oregon and California and Maine. And so that research that he's doing is going to help us both understand how the process has been going in other states, where it went well, where it didn't go well, to inform our participant engagement of what a better process might look like for Washington. So we've got a couple of phases of this, and Mike, thank you so much for engaging in that first effort. Hope we can stay in touch through the rest of this very quick and intense process.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Kate. Anyone else for Oregon? Sorry, Washington. It's been a long morning. All right, Carrie, I think we have a tribal update next from Mr. Johnner. Steve, are you here?
Indeed. Yeah, Steve.
Yes.
Oh,
Good morning.
Perfect.
I have a lot to report since I missed the last one, and Carrie assured me you'd have a virtual hook at 15 minutes, so I'll try to stay on track here. The report notes that I was absent at the last meeting, so whoever gives it, please make it clear I wasn't just skipping out. I was doing what is otherwise known as my day job, fisheries management. And I think at the very time I probably would have been giving the tribal report, I was with the MACA chairman explaining to the Canadian commissioners why 2A needed to continue with the 1.65 million pound TCEY, and why yes, we do indeed care about conservation in 2A. So anyway, that was very important business I had to take care of. So I will, and I know that I appreciate that Susan and Lila filled in for me, and I provided some information, and I might repeat some of it, but hopefully it doesn't put you to sleep. First of all, we had a meeting. The MACA tribal fishery staff had a meeting with the NMFS Northwest region and the two science centers in response to the letter that the MACA Tribal Council sent to NOAA Fisheries, I think at the end of October, requesting assistance in dealing with all of these very complex issues that are arising from the development of offshore wind energy. And so we had a kickoff conversation to talk about what we were interested in. We talked about a coast-wide programmatic EIS, why we believe that's necessary, and how we could get to that. In explaining that, Jim Hasty was on the call, and he was very helpful in explaining the impacts to the tribal fisheries, things like the fact that many of the species the tribes harvest have life stages in California, and activities there very likely can impact those species. Another focus was the surveys, that we do coast-wide assessments, and if we're missing some of our survey data, then we don't have an adequate survey, and so to be precautionary, there might be a reduced ACL, and that has a direct impact on the tribal fisheries. So I think we've got a good idea of where to proceed. We were pleased to hear that the science centers do have a project to monitor the effects of offshore wind in California. You know, unfortunately, this will be a several-year project, but it's getting started. And I believe they're going to start with looking at Cal Coffee data on larval rockfish and work from there. And you might recall I've recommended that we do something like that for a number of years. Another activity I'm trying to include or to interact with other tribes. I had a good call with a representative of the Confederated Tribes of Southern Oregon last week, and I have a plan to go down and visit with them and hear more about their concerns and see where I can help them out, because I'm asked that question quite a bit, including in my role as a member of the National Academy's Committee on Offshore Wind and Fisheries. So I want to learn more about their concerns and how we can work together to address those. I did review a lot of what BOEM provided on the Oregon wind areas, and I'll say that we do appreciate that they have listened to us. There were several references to the Makahs and other tribes in their area identification memo. Lila pointed this out to me, so I read through that. Our concerns, including impacts to larval groundfish, impacts to upwelling, the impacts to the groundfish surveys, and then just overall impacts to tribal fisheries and cultural activities. So I think, we are making progress there. We have a long way to go. And I'll just say that this conversation we've had this morning about the process and how we begin with the identifying the wind areas and then the leases and then the work is done. That seems really awkward, and we the tribes remain very concerned about how that plays out. So I'll just say we have a lot of work ahead of us, and it's going to be a daunting task, but we appreciate the willingness for National Marine Fisheries Service to step up and help us. Mike and Corey just mentioned the Washington consultants, GridWorks. I know that they had requested an initial conversation with the tribes actually this morning, and I declined because I was going to get ready for our call today, and also folks just weren't available. So there's nothing planned, but we will be meeting. I'll say we'll be meeting with the governor's office, and as GridWorks fits into it, they'll be involved. I listened with interest to the replay of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission's meeting on where they listed the southern resident killer whales under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. There was a lot of testimony and conversation about the lack of prey, the lack of Chinook salmon. I believe a lot of misunderstanding of fishery biology, but it's not my role to correct that. But the lack of prey and how wild fish are critically important to the orcas, the southern residents, but a lot of criticism of hatcheries and of the dams. And so I think that we need to continually revisit the question of the critical habitat and the potential impacts to these marine mammal species, primarily the southern residents, because they are so important to all of our other fisheries as regarding the impact that the fisheries have on Chinook salmon, and how efforts to produce more Chinook salmon have to be done very carefully and thoughtfully so as not to create more problems. And you've heard me say this, I'll say it again, that the tribes view this offshore wind energy development as the new dams. And so we've seen over the years the impact the dams have had, and now it's showing up again as concerns for southern resident killer whales are expressed. And so, we just have to be very, very careful that additional impacts aren't created, and not just to the towers themselves, which may be outside of the critical habitat, but to the transmission lines, to the activities near shore that could have an impact, to the increased vessel traffic. All of those are the primary impacts to these killer whales, and so it has to be very carefully monitored and addressed. Our National Academies Committee on Offshore Wind and Fisheries has been rather dormant. We did have an update call in December. One of our topics of conversation was the additional 1 or 2 members to the committee, and so I recommended several names. I suggested or recommended that we really need somebody on the committee from one of the West Coast fishing communities, because those are going to be so greatly impacted by this activity in Southern Oregon and California. And so that was my recommendation, and I submitted a number of names, and I don't know if they've selected anybody yet, but I was told that a number of those folks that I recommended will be having interviews with the National Academies. So we have a planning call next month to prepare for our next public committee meeting, which will be in early April. It'll be, as before, 2 days in the afternoon Eastern, 1 to 5 Eastern time. And we're developing a list of topics for that now, which again includes impact to cumulative impact from offshore wind, long-term monitoring of leases and construction that's needed, and the direct impact to all the various fisheries on both coasts. So I think that's pretty much it. I forgot to send this. I sent out an email. Just a second, I'm pulling it up here. Just around our last meeting, showing a buoy that was the Panthalassa Ocean 2 oceanographic buoy that was sighted right off of Neah Bay in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. And neither the tribe nor the sanctuary knew anything about this, so we scrambled. The sanctuary wrote a letter to Panthalassa asking questions about the operation, trying to determine whether they needed permits and whether any sanctuary regulations were being violated. So we're still looking at that. And so I sent some photos that one of the Makah fishery staff took of the buoy. And then I found another one just recently shows the structure below. I was told it had a draft of over 200 feet. So I just sent that photo out to the committee to get an idea of it. And so that's just another thing we're concerned about. Panthalassa says they're going to produce clean, cheap energy in the middle of the ocean for everyone. So, okay, the alarms are going off on that. That's all I have to report. And I'll just say that the beat goes on. Okay, Carrie, I'm done.
Well done. That was less than 15 minutes. Maybe we have a time for 1 or 2 quick questions for Steve. Scott McMullen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, for that great report. I thought you said in that first email, and I really do appreciate you sending that out, that it indicated it was self-propelled. Did I get that correctly? And is it self-propelled in the sense that it can hold station, or that it travels around, or did you ever get any more information on that?
It was being towed by a tugboat, and as far as I know, it's not. I don't think it has any propulsion mechanism. It would more than likely be anchored because, again, we know very little about this. So our understanding is that it is all self-contained. You know, our primary concern was is it drawing seawater in and therefore drawing organisms in with it, and we were assured that's not the case. So it's kind of a closed system that produces energy by the wave action, and then there would be some sort of transmission lines to get it to shore. So it doesn't need to move through the ocean. It just needs to move up and down by wave action to produce the energy.
Hey,
Yeah, great. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thanks, Steve.
Carrie, I put a
Yeah.
couple news stories in the chat that show some of the pictures of it and talk about it a little bit.
I saw that. Thanks, Susan. It is an interesting story. I'm not sure it's directly relevant to our purposes here, but it could be. Anyway, I see one more hand up. Mike and Susan, is it okay if we do one more question and then break for lunch?
Sure.
All right, Corey.
I can bring it up after lunch too, but I know I can't open Steve's HEIC file. I don't know what that is, but I want to, Steve. Steve, you mentioned a plan to monitor the effects of from NIMS. I just didn't quite catch the details on there, and I can wait for our discussion later. But yeah, just Steve could elaborate, or Lila could elaborate. She just raised her hand. But yeah, I can wait too.
Do you want me to answer that now or save it, Carrie or Mike, Susan?
Well, why don't you do a quick response now, and if we need to discuss, we'll circle back later.
Okay, so your question was specific to the monitoring of the upwelling?
Yeah, what are they planning? Do they have this plan written down or anything? What are the details?
I don't know. All I have is the verbal report that we received from the person was George Waters, who provided that information, and that it would be a several-year project, and that they were doing a comprehensive look at impacts of offshore wind on upwelling. So again, this was an initial, an opportunity to explain to the region and the science centers what our primary concerns and interests were, so we could kind of develop a work plan. And Lila and I are working to schedule a meeting with the Makah tribal leadership and the regional director and the science center folks, hopefully within a couple of months, to get more into detail on this.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Lila, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, so like Steve said, that was a something that George Waters, who is the head of our new offshore wind group at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. I mean, they're not doing everything offshore wind, but in terms of some of the monitoring. And so he is on the line. I know we're running short on time, but whether it's now or at another meeting, or I know I only have 15 minutes for my NIMS report, but yeah, if you want some information about that, George could speak to it. So just let us know timing.
Yeah, why don't we put that on hold for now? And it sounds like something that Steve and or NIMS would want to put in their section of the report for April as an informational item. And then if we want to circle back during the NIMS report, Lila, or during our discussion that is at 3-ish today, let's circle back then. How's that sound?
That sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, well, quick, if George is willing and you have some minutes to spare, as much detail as you have in your update would be good in case he's disappearing.
George, can you come back after lunch? I guess we'll just ask George.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, sure. I'm happy to come back after lunch and provide a little more detail.
Cool, perfect. Oh, and I see you put that in the chat. Okay, I do want to start again at 1, if that's okay. So let's try to give a decent lunch, 48 minutes here, unless anyone's objecting. Corey, your hand is still up. Is there?
Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Cool. So if it's okay with the chairs and everyone, why don't we break for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock? Susan, Mike, sound cool?
Roger that.
Okay, see y'all back here at 1 o'clock with the NIMS update, and then we'll move on to the updates on lease survey activities from the 3 offshore wind companies we have with us. Thanks all. See you in 48 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, well, Mike and Susan, I have 1 p.m. Do you guys think we should get going, or do you want to give another half a minute or so for people to trickle in? It is 1. We said we'd start at 1.
No, I'd say let's get going. I see Larry Thievik has his hand up. Larry, I'm assuming that is to indicate you want to give public comment later? Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Larry.
Sounds good. All right, well, if that's okay with you guys, I'll turn it back over to Mike and Susan, and then actually first to Lila to give her National Marine Fisheries Service update.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. So a couple of quick updates, and then we'll have a presentation. I wanted to note that Celia had no aquaculture updates for this meeting, so there's that. And then Carrie, you had asked about if there was any updates on PACFEM. So on that front, Lisa Pfeiffer, who leads that effort for NIMS, confirmed that CDFW has now provided the fisheries data. So the team is going to be working to integrate that the California data. And there's no other updates on that front. For the rest of our NIMS report, I had invited Kelly Andrews, a research fisheries biologist with NIMS Northwest Fisheries Science Center, to give a quick overview of the 6 offshore wind related ecosystem indicators included in NOAA's California Current Ecosystem Status Report for this year. And so as most of you probably know, the CCIEA team is going to be presenting that full report to the Council's Ecosystem Work Group on February 27th. But I asked Kelly here to focus in on the indicators pertaining to offshore wind development, since I knew that would be of interest to you. So he has graciously agreed to give a short presentation about those to us today. But before I turn it over to Kelly, I wanted to turn it over to George Waters to respond to the questions that came up during Steve's tribal update before lunch. George is the director of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center's new Ecosystem Science Division, and that division includes a team focused on offshore wind-related monitoring. So to provide enough time for Kelly's presentation, I just asked that after George gives his update, we hold questions. George did confirm that he'd be willing to provide more details at a future MPC meeting if you all would like that. So I'm just going to turn it to him now to give a brief response based on the questions that came up earlier. So, George.
Yeah, thank you, Lila, and hello again, everyone. Just to quickly answer the question, we are intending to establish a long-term monitoring program that focuses on the effects of wind energy development on the pelagic upwelling ecosystem. When I say long-term, I mean that my intent, if I have my druthers, is to have something that's out operating for many years, even potentially through the decommissioning of future wind turbines. The written monitoring plan, to answer the question we had before, is still in development. When it's finished, hopefully sometime this spring or summer, I expect it to only be version 0, and that as we start to implement things, our plan will evolve over time. Our intent is basically to link our new monitoring efforts to time series data that already exist, as Steve Joner indicated. That's because we want to broaden the sort of this temporal scope of our baseline from which we can assess change. We want to capitalize on contrasts that we expect in like upwind and downwind, or upstream, downstream from the wind energy areas, and onshore and offshore. And the reason to capitalize on those kinds of contrasts is that we might have then more power to observe the effects of wind energy development on the ecosystem. Our focus is going to be primarily on oceanography and plankton because we hypothesize that change might happen fastest at lower trophic levels. But we also will focus and study protected resources and fishes because we know that a range of our stakeholders are interested in that, but also those populations are probably expected to be affected as well by just the presence of the turbines. We're going to use buoyancy gliders, which are autonomous systems, as our main tool for monitoring. They can hold many, many different types of sensors. And we want to do this because we can operate those gliders inside the wind energy areas even after the turbines are installed. And it also helps us scale our whole monitoring program without having to rely on big oceanographic vessels. So as Lila said, I'm happy to give a presentation in more detail to you in the future if you so desire. Thanks.
Thank you, George. And with that, I'm going to turn it to Kelly Andrews to give the presentation. Thank you, Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Lila. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. And hopefully I can share my screen. Can you guys see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Lila, and thanks, George. That's a really nice setup here for some of the work that I'm going to talk about here. And good afternoon to all the committee members and everyone else on the line. I'm going to share sort of a quick and dirty run through of some, like George said, sort of a version 0 of, developing a set of ecosystem indicators that can help us identify impacts and changes to the ecosystem relevant or relative to offshore wind energy development. And there are lots of co-authors just on the work that I'm going to show you here today that are at the bottom of the screen that hopefully you can take in. So the development of offshore wind off the West Coast presents sort of a whole new line of scientific research questions and presents a need for a portfolio of ecosystem indicators that we hope can be used to identify potential impacts or changes to various components of the California current ecosystem. And so these indicators we are trying to develop, we're hoping can inform both long-term and near-term science and management needs. And some of these long-term needs, as George was mentioning, includes trying to identify baseline conditions. And that's really, really hard, in an ocean that is extremely dynamic across various spatial and temporal timescales. But in order to detect change, we need to understand what we're detecting change from. And so hopefully these indicators can be used for that, potentially for assessing risk, testing mitigation strategies. And then at the near-term scale, we also think that these indicators can be used to identify areas that are particularly important to the ecosystem structure and function, and might be able to be used to inform siting and monitoring designs. Now, many of you are aware of the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment. You see it presented on the council floor every year for the last 10, maybe this is the 11th year now. And this is basically, NIMS's framework for doing ecosystem-based science and management. So the IEA process, and I don't know if you can see my cursor, hopefully you can, sort of begins, with defining goals and targets of, what are we trying to do for this science or management question, and developing indicators, and then using those indicators to assess various ecosystem components. And then getting into some more integrative analyses that can, such as risk assessments and management strategy evaluations. And it really sets up this, adaptive management type of loop where we're learning as we're going, we're figuring out, what are our biggest gaps in the science. And this is especially true for offshore wind. And particularly floating offshore wind, which exists in just a few locations across the entire world. At the scale of the West Coast, the CCIEA team has this really broad scale conceptual model of what components we should be measuring, and those components, if you look at the sort of the bottom left hand side of that conceptual model, sort of begins with drivers and pressures. It includes mediating components, and then all the different focal ecosystem components for, on the left-hand side, for various ecological components, and then on the right-hand side with all of the different human dimensions components. And then you'll see human activities right in the middle. And so obviously offshore wind energy development, along with fisheries, sort of occurs in that middle space. And that's where a lot of our management levers reside. So when things, when impacts happen, or when populations change, or they move to other locations across the coast, how can we identify the causes of those changes? So what does a conceptual model of the California current look like relevant to offshore wind development? This is, I've got version 1.0 here, but like George said, this could very well be version 0.0. But this is an initial version of a conceptual model that really seeks to identify the major components and the major interactions within the ecosystem that might be affected by offshore wind energy development. And so this conceptual model, if you look at the top right-hand corner, really represents that first step within the adaptive management or the IEA loop. What are we needing to, monitor? This conceptual model, as it stands, is informed from primary literature, strategic science plans, regulatory needs, stakeholder engagement, and public comments. And we have work planned to try to get more in depth and really fill in anything that is missing and dig into what stakeholders, tribal nations, and other agencies are really interested in keeping track of here. So this is, like I said, sort of version 0.0. But when we are thinking about, what indicators to develop to monitor and to make sure we understand whether changes or impacts are happening, where do we start within this conceptual model? And so there's lots of work. This is decades of work to be done here. But at the time, what we were thinking is that many of the upper trophic level components of the system, protected species and fisheries stocks and fisheries themselves, a lot of these components of the system have formal assessments like stock assessments. A lot of these components have specific areas of the ocean identified as being essential to those species or biologically important. And then there are numerous fisheries economics products that cover our fisheries. And so sort of less formalized is this lower half of the conceptual model that goes from the physics for winds being taken out of the system by the wind turbines, and various oceanographic patterns that might be altered based on these changes in wind patterns, including upwelling, and then some of the nutrients and temperature, and then some of the lower trophic level species that really set the stage for what the environment is going to be like for those upper trophic level species. And so they really speak to broad scale indicators of ecosystem structure and function. And so that red circle, that's sort of where we're going to live today. This first version of these ecosystem indicators, we've selected 6, and you can see their numbers sort of mapped onto the conceptual model for where they live there. The first indicator here is upwelling vertical velocities, followed by surface phytoplankton concentrations, and then large zooplankton or krill abundance and biomass. And then the last 3 are, really indicators of early life history stages of fishes that are either really important or really important as forage species for all of those upper trophic level components of the system, or are really important indicators of future success for fishery stocks. And those include indicator species, young of year rockfish, young of year Pacific hake, and then sort of benthic juvenile groundfish. So those are the 6 sort of broad scale ecosystem indicators that we've included so far. And all of the maps I'm going to show you here in just a second are really our long-term averages for these 6 different indicators. And that varies depending on the exact data set, but we're really looking for sort of stable areas, as stable as the ocean can be, stable areas of hotspots for each of these 6 indicators. And so using various data sources and sometimes multiple data sources for each of these 6 maps that I'm showing you here for those indicators, you can see, a variety of hotspots that would be in the warmer colors and sort of cool spots with those blues and cooler colors. And we have this for across most of the coast for almost all of these indicators. Here I'm sort of zooming in on the Northern California and Southern Oregon coastlines. But what we're hoping is that these 6 indicators, can start to be a framework for, quantifying baseline conditions across the coast that we can then use to test whether, changes or impacts are occurring, to these ecosystem components once construction and operations of wind farms begin. So this, one need is for these long-term, really broad scale science and management needs. And then sort of at the near term scale, these 6 indicators might also be able to inform siting analyses and really to sort of highlight areas of the ocean that are hotspots for these oceanographic and lower trophic level components. And the example that I have here takes all 6 of those indicators and combines them into a single metric that you may have seen related to, say, the suitability analyses for the Oregon call areas to wind energy areas. So as I mentioned, these 6 indicators are just a beginning, and we hope to add other oceanographic indicators soon, as well as thinking about which other components and indicators of those components, for which we have a lot of those indicators already identified within the CCIEA ecosystem status report. Which ones are most relevant to our science and management needs for fisheries and offshore wind energy development. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, George. So I know we're a little over time, Carrie, Mike, and Susan. So just let us know if you want us to take questions.
I see 2 hands up, Steve and Corey. Carrie, let's let them ask their questions, then move on.
Yeah, I think we should, and then we can circle back afterwards. Since we have guests joining us, I want to not delay them too much. So why don't we do like 2 questions and then circle back to it later. Lila will be with us throughout the meeting, I think, right, Lila? I don't know about Kelly or George, but how's that for a plan?
That works. So Steve and then Corey, and then we'll move on.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Kelly, as a macaw fisheries guy, I appreciate the work you're looking at rockfish and hake and groundfish, but are you going to look at salmon at all? And the reason I raise that question is, there are probably salmon are caught more widely up and down the West Coast than any other species. And certainly for the tribes, there are very few tribes that actually fish groundfish, marine fish stocks in the ocean, but every one of the 24 treaty tribes, the 2 Klamath tribes, the tribes in Southern Oregon, they all fish salmon. So that's very important.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Steve. There's certainly no reason why we shouldn't be. I know the data is at relatively large spatial scales for a lot of pieces of information, but there's no reason why that shouldn't be a goal moving forward to try to make those indicators and I guess the spatial relevance to identifying changes in salmon relative to environmental changes and offshore wind energy development. I'm definitely not a salmon expert. And so from what I know, the spatial scale of the information is really big right now. And people are working towards that. So that will definitely be one of those gaps within this conceptual model sort of framework that we'll continue to need to work on for decades.
Thanks for that.
And Corey.
Yeah, I said no. Thanks both in Lila. But I'll just point out that we have our agenda item G, comprehensive impacts analysis and roadmap, which we have a half an hour for. And I mean, I'm sure we're all going to figure it out in a half an hour. But these 2 things we just heard are very relevant to that discussion. So, I mean, we could table it to then, but yeah, just making that connection there that this is the substance, at least part of what we'll be talking about.
Cool. Thanks, Corey. Hey, Mike, can we come to you after we get done with our guests?
I guess so, yeah. It was a pretty quick question, though.
Okay, it'll hold. All right, Carrie, you're up.
Okay, so that brings us to item F, upcoming lease survey activities. We have Rachel Mahler from Golden State Wind and Patrick Tennant from Equinor and Rick Robbins from Canopy Wind. He's trying to get logged in though, had a little trouble, but let's hope Rick is able to. And so what I will do is, if someone hasn't already, Rachel, I'll make you a moderator so you can share your screen, and same with you, Patrick and Rick. And you can just tell me, is there anyone else who's going to be sharing their screens, or is it okay just for Rachel, Patrick, and Rick?
Yeah, good just for me on my end, Carrie. And this is Rachel.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is Pat. That's just me's fine.
Oh, okay. Where did you go? Ah, someone else must have elevated you to, I think. I lost you. Anyway, okay, so, well, Rachel, you're first up. So you are free to share your screen now and show some slides, and and then we'll get the other two presenters also elevated to moderators. And I think I mentioned this to you all. We like to be able to have copies of the slides to post onto our meeting webpage. It doesn't go on like the council homepage. It goes on the webpage for this particular meeting, just for reference purposes. It's helpful. So if you're comfortable with that, then after this meeting's over, I will post those to the webpage. Or if you have any concerns or you have a different version you want posted, you can let me know. But that is the plan. And I guess we'll turn it over to you, Rachel. Thank you and welcome.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Mailer, and I'm the Fisheries Liaison for Golden State Wind. I just want to take a second here to thank the Council for this opportunity to present this information on Golden State Wind site assessment surveys. The agenda for this presentation is as follows. I'll give a brief introduction and background, and then I'll give details about our proposed site assessment surveys. I'll dive into how Golden State Wind will engage with the fishermen before and during site assessments, and then we'll take questions. Okay, so again, my name is Rachel Mailer. I'm the Fisheries Liaison for Golden State Wind, and I will be presenting today. On the call, I have Eric Fisher from the Golden State Wind technical team and Sylvia Yanez, who's our state permitting manager, to assist with questions afterwards. So just some background information. Golden State Wind is a 50-50 joint venture between Ocean Winds and the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, managed by Ocean Winds. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board is a financial partner only. Ocean Winds is a company dedicated entirely to offshore wind and has a firm belief in fighting climate change as an essential part of the global energy transition off of fossil fuels. Ocean Winds is also a pioneer in offshore wind. In fact, a demonstration project called Wind Float Atlantic weathered a record-breaking storm this past November. Wave height was between 50 to 60 feet and wind gusts were over 80 miles an hour, located off the coast of Portugal. Ocean Winds has created a global team dedicated to offshore wind, sharing insight and lessons learned between projects. So you can see a map here depicting the three lease areas off of Central California. Golden State Wind is the middle of the three, with its closest point 22 miles from shore and 53 miles from Morro Bay. The water depth ranges from just over 3,000 feet to around 4,500 feet, with an average depth of around 3,400 feet. And the lease area is just over 80,000 acres. So the leased areas are relatively flat and simple in the north and central regions and steep and complex in the southernmost extent. The export cable routing is being developed, and the proposed route and or routes we're hoping to be planned before the 2025 surveys. We'll also be conducting fisheries engagement prior to these surveys. It's important to keep in mind that we are in the early stages of project design. Okay, so I just wanted to share this high-level preliminary permitting roadmap and estimated schedule. Our permitting process, which includes obtaining permits, producing plans, assessment protocol, and agency submission, all began last summer and will continue through 2025. Geophysical and geotechnical surveys located in the lease area are to start sometime this spring and will continue through the end of 2025. It's important to note they're not continuous during the entire span of time. And the export cable routes, also known as ECRs, geophysical survey may start as early as this summer. And I have a little asterisk here on that date for that note. And they are planned to continue through the fall of 2025. 2 MetOcean buoy deployments are planned for summer to fall of this year, following the site surveys of the lease area. ECR geotechnical surveys will begin next spring through fall of 2025. Our coastal geophysical and geotechnical surveys, which include our benthic and onshore environmental and cultural resources survey, are also planned for spring through fall of 2025. Our project design is ongoing through the end of 2025, and federal and state permit submissions are estimated for 2026 prior to construction. Okay, so let's get into the meat of our proposed site surveys. My objectives here will be to provide you with some useful information about Golden State Wind's geophysical and geotechnical surveys, including background information, the locations, equipment we plan to use, vessel information, the notification processes to fishermen, and which includes measures taken to support co-ocean use, and finally run through our gear loss claim protocol. Okay, so this slide identifies the types of site assessment surveys and activities that are planned for the next 2 years. So first off, we have high resolution geophysical surveys, which use various equipment, which I will get into in the next upcoming slides, to create detailed maps of seafloor, either via autonomous underwater vehicles or towed equipment. Next are the geotechnical surveys that sample the seafloor via boring or coring to collect data such as seabed composition. Then there are the MetOcean buoys, which once deployed collect meteorological and oceanographic data for about 2 years. We're planning to deploy 2 of these in the lease area by the end of the year. The last activity listed here is the benthic survey, which is planned for 2025, and it uses multiple techniques for observation of deeper water benthic habitats and coastal submerged aquatic vegetation. So our surveys in 2024 will focus on collecting data within the lease area on the map here in yellow, with the potential for geophysical surveys along the export cable route in federal waters. The future survey area will be narrowed as potential export cable routes are identified. The broad extent shown here is for planning purposes only. And as a reminder, the lease area is approximately 22 miles offshore at the closest point and 53 miles offshore from Morro Bay. Okay, so how are geophysical and geotechnical surveys accomplished, and when will they take place? So I just want to apologize in advance for this wordy slide, but there's some good information here. Starting off with the geophysical or HRG surveys, the purpose is to build an understanding of the subsurface conditions and identify potential hazards and sensitive habitat without drilling or boring. We accomplish this by mapping topography of the seafloor, also known as bathymetry, to detect anomalies such as rock outcropping, shipwrecks, and even fishing gear, and understand those soil horizons of up to 40 meters. AUVs, or autonomous underwater vehicles, will be equipped with the equipment listed here under technology used, which I will get into in the next slide. Important to note, in greater than 100 meters of water, AUVs are deployed, and in less than 100 meters of water, these survey vessels do tow behind equipment. So the purpose of geotechnical investigations is to determine the feasibility of building on a site through physical site investigation. This includes physically sampling and testing seabed characteristics, including the composition and horizons. These investigations will be performed at very specific locations while the vessel stays in a constant position. Also listed here is the equipment under technology used, which again, I will detail in the upcoming slides. It is important to note that these survey vessels do not tow behind equipment and can be stationary for long periods of time to drill into the seafloor. And we're talking hours, typically a day maximum, depending on the work. Okay, so let's dig into what each of equipment is designed to do. I'm going to start off with the geophysical survey equipment. The AUV is an untethered survey vessel, which follows a predetermined survey plan of about 40 meters off the seabed. It has a 36 to 48 hour runtime where it's recovered to the host vessel for data download and battery charge before being launched again. The AUV is equipped with the following equipment. The multi-beam echo sounder maps the bathymetry of the seafloor in 3D, the side scan sonar, which creates an image of the seafloor reflections in high detail, and the sub-bottom profiler, which images a cross-section of the sediment layers below the seafloor. So additional equipment includes the ultra-short baseline used for positioning the AUV underwater during operations and is located on the host vessel, and it's used to essentially communicate with the AUV. The last piece of equipment listed here is the magnetometer, which will be used in less than 100 meters and will be towed behind the host vessel, not with the AUV. It's used to detect ferrous metals or other magnetically susceptible materials. These operations won't start until 2025. So jumping into geotechnical survey equipment here. As a reminder, these are the vessels that stay stationary for hours at a time. A cone petrometer test, which is a long rod that gets driven into the sediment to measure resistance, pore pressure, and other geotechnical properties, and the piston core, which retrieves sediment for lab testing, are the two geotechnical activities planned for 2024 in the lease area. And then equipment that is anticipated to be utilized in 2025 includes the vibra core, which uses the shorter barrel than a piston core, and also used to recover sediment from shallow water for lab testing. A seafloor drill rotary for recovering deeper sediment cores for lab testing, and the last method are box cores, which recovers, you guessed it, more sediment for testing. All right, so we're going to get into some vessel information. I do want to preface this slide that Golden State Wind has not finalized a contract, so we don't have the exact vessel information just yet. But I do just want to give an example of what survey vessels can look like and just the size of vessels you can be expecting. In 2024, we're planning for one geophysical vessel and possibly one geotechnical vessel. And there is a chance that it could be the same vessel. One or both vessels would return to port around every 28 days for fuel and crew change. They will have a 24-hour operations and also adhere to the speed regulations of less than 10 knots transiting to and from the work area. Our geophysical vessel will be responsible for the deployment and retrieval of the AUV, and it will be around 200 feet in length. And when it's performing its duties, it'll stick to around 3 to 4 knots when the AUV is underway. The geotechnical vessel will also be around 200 feet in length, and it will stay stationary during operations. All right, moving along into mid-ocean buoy information and deployment. This map depicts the estimated locations of where each mid-ocean buoy will be deployed. These locations are subject to change just based on the results from the geophysical surveys, archaeological, and benthic review. 2 buoys are planned for the deployment in 2024 and will be anchored for up to 24 months. The plan is to fully recover all equipment, including the anchors. Here's a diagram of what the mid-ocean LiDAR and wave scan buoys will look like and what data they'll be collecting. They are equipped with LiDAR, which uses light waves to measure the speed and direction of wind from the sea surface up into the atmosphere. They have GPS and AIS positions, so nearby vessels can locate and safely navigate around the buoys. They use data telemetry via satellite link to set out data in real time to shore. They also collect meteorological measurements, wave measurements like height and speed, and they're equipped with ADCP, also known as Acoustic Doppler Current Profiler, which measures the speed and direction of current in the water. And planned site visits to download data will take place around every 6 months. Okay, so I'm going to switch gears and talk about engagement for a minute. So this is going to happen before and during the site surveys. This can all be referenced in our fisheries communication plan, which is on our website. It's a living document, therefore adaptable to changes to suit fishermen's needs for communication. It is incredibly important to engage with fisheries well in advance of site surveys to understand fishermen's short and long-term fishing plans, identify overlapping areas of work, and establish an understanding of how we're going to communicate effectively at sea. And as the fisheries liaison, I don't take this responsibility lightly. I'll always ask for constructive feedback on how we can improve communications in our work together throughout the project phases. This presentation kicks off our first engagement with fisheries about Golden State Wind site surveys, and I hope to gain valuable feedback from the council to refine before presenting to Coastal 7C Working Group later this week, where more feedback is anticipated before reaching out to the fishermen and associations in the ports in the near future. Golden State Wind recognizes that we will share a common space with fishermen offshore. We believe interactions can be avoided or minimized with proper planning, outreach, and effective communication. Pre-survey meetings will most likely be held in a webinar setting. This is the initial step to give fishermen an overview of site survey operations, talk about the best methods for communication, and receive feedback about specific openers or areas to avoid conflict. This meeting will provide the baseline data for fishermen's needs, concerns, and expectations. During site surveys, the fisheries liaison will utilize the following methods to keep fishermen up to date. We'll be submitting local notice to mariners with project updates and the locations of operations, utilizing the Golden State Winds listserv via email, and working with local harbor districts to post bulletins in the port. I also want to note here that I'm available by phone for calls, texts, and email during normal business hours with possible slower response times on the weekends and holidays. And the 3 Central California leaseholders are collaboratively working on exploring options for the use of fishing industry representatives, or FIRs, to aid in onshore communication with local fishermen, offshore fisheries liaisons, or OFLs, to identify active fishing gear and communicate with fishermen to solve conflicts at sea, as well as employing scout vessels to have additional eyes on the water to reduce gear conflicts and facilitate communication. Coordination is ongoing between the leaseholders to conduct simultaneous outreach to reduce meeting fatigue when possible. It's important to note that the 3 projects are on 3 separate timelines. So unfortunately, there is a small chance that unintentional gear interactions can occur, but the following is the current claim process for fishermen if they feel the gear was lost or damaged by a Golden State Wind survey vessel. So as soon as it's safe to do so, the fisherman needs to report the incident to the fisheries liaison with the coordinates of the location of the incident. Within 30 days, a claim form needs to be submitted, which can be found on the fisheries communication plan, or I can also provide that. After submission, the claims process can take up to 30 days max. Expect to hear back by then. I do want to note the feedback we've received from multiple fishermen would be to streamline this process as much as possible by submitting a single claim form across the 3 leaseholders to a single shared email. I've heard this request, and it's currently in the works to execute collaboratively with the neighboring developers. The FCP will be updated to reflect those changes once they've been made. It is also important to recognize the work of the 7C Fisheries Working Group, and BOEM mitigation strategies are also ongoing and may alter the claims process. So just to keep up to date, check our website or contact me. I'm also happy to help any fisherman through the entire process to ensure a complete claim form has been submitted in the correct place. So that's all I have for you for now, and I'm happy to answer your questions, receive any input you can provide. Here's my contact information if you'd like. Feel free to reach out anytime. And again, thank you so much for taking the time today.
Thanks, Rachel. Does anybody have any real quick questions for Rachel? She did provide her contact information if there's any detailed type questions. Steve, go ahead.
Put that back up too. Or...
Yep. Or you throw it in the chat. That'll work too.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rachel. I think you're aware that in the Morro Bay area and probably elsewhere, there's considerable concern amongst the fishing community about the acoustic work and the potential that it might change fish behavior, putting fish basically off the bite for days, weeks, months, and what have you. Can you address that question?
Yeah, so I think that's something that is also being addressed in the 7C. And yeah, I've definitely heard that concern. You know, I'm not an expert in acoustics, but yeah, I think that's something that I'm hoping to be addressed, I think, within this first meeting. So that's all I can really speak to that. But I definitely have heard the concern.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hands,
Hey, Mike, this is Kerry. Can I jump in real quick?
but of course.
Why, thank you. I expected to see more hands up, but we might see more still. So just to keep on track, in case there are more questions than we have time for now, as you mentioned, I know that the contact information for all three lessees are available, and please put those in the chat. That would be great. And so, yeah, so if we have to sort of cut off the conversation, that's why we just need to sort of stick on schedule. And then thanks for mentioning, Rachel, that you'll be presenting to the 7C work group, and apologies for mispronouncing your last name. I'll remember that now. Man.
No worries. Very common. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I was actually going to call on you because I don't know if it's Pat or Rick's up next.
It's Patrick up next.
Okay, then. Pat, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Hold on. Trying to pull up the right presentation. Go for the window instead. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
There it is. Yep.
All right. Okay. So a lot of what you just heard is very similar. A lot of the technologies are the same. A lot of the methodology is the same. So what I'll do is I'll zoom through my slides as quickly as I can to keep us on schedule, but try to touch on some of the things that are a little bit unique or haven't been mentioned so far. But you know, Kerry, as you mentioned earlier, I did provide a PDF of the presentation, so people can kind of take a look at that afterwards. My name is Patrick Tennant. I'm the permitting director for Equinor. Elizabeth Marchetti, our fisheries liaison, could not be here today, so she asked me to speak for her. But I do speak a little fish, so I'll give it my best shot. And we also have EJ Marone, who's our Marine Affairs Manager, on the line as well. So we should be able to answer most of the questions that you have. All right. Sorry, there is lag. Huh. Is it not advancing?
Doesn't look like it's advancing.
Okay, then let's do this. Can you still see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll go out of presentation mode and just make it a little bit easier by clicking. Just a quick reminder, Equinor, our project name, Atlas Wind. We are the lease that is furthest out. So much as the others are Golden State. We've got about 80,000 acres out there, and we're dealing with some pretty deep water. Again, 3,000 to 4,500 feet deep. We are super early in the process. So when you look at the BOEM kind of rainbow map in terms of what the process looks like, we are still here in this, this first phase where our lease have been issued, and we are starting to put together our survey plans and get approvals to move forward with those plans. Ultimately, the goal is to do a number of site assessments so that we can get to what they call the COP, our construction operation plan, somewhere around mid-2026. So we've got 2 years of collecting data, which will go and inform our engineering. The data that we collect are going to take a look at, our wind turbine design, again, what the layout may be, how many there can be, what type of infrastructure we can have in the lease area, such as offshore substations. And then, of course, the construction operation plan will even take a look at our export cables coming on land, and our potential O&M base and operations there, and ultimately where we tie into the grid system. Again, our kind of general survey area looks very much like Golden State, but the idea is to take a look at the lease area in heavy detail, but also take a look at potential cable routes where we can come ashore and tie into the grid system. Although this pink blob looks kind of big, the idea is that as we collect data during the surveys, we'll be refining that so that we have a single approach into the potential areas of interconnection. As you see, we've got a number of resources that we got to work around, including sanctuaries and marine protected areas, as well as what we find during our surveys on the seafloor. The vessel approach, very much like Golden State, we'll be looking at using a larger vessel. In this case, we have our contractor on board, a company called Ocean Infinity, so we know that we'll be using a vessel called the Tide. This is 300 feet in length, equipped to do all the surveys necessary. Typically, when we say deeper, we mean greater than 100 meters or so. And so in the shallower waters, we'll be using a smaller vessel, about 30 feet in length. It will be utilizing much of the same technology, but may also tow the side scan sonar behind it. The Island Pride will be on a 6 to 8 week tour. So it'll leave its home port, which will likely be the port of San Francisco. It will survey the lease area and the areas offshore, and then return, as I mentioned, about every 6 to 8 weeks to stock up on supplies and do crew changes. This vessel will not enter local ports. The smaller nearshore vessel will only be operating during the daylight hours, and it will return to port every night, and it'll likely use one of the local ports. So we would be looking at, obtaining a slip or a mooring for it during the survey period. Much like Golden State, we are proposing to use the AUVs to do our surveys. Again, all of the equipment kind of walk through are here as well. Very much the same equipment will be on the AUVs, and we'll have a research vessel above it, the Island Pride, which will be kind of supervising the AUVs. The idea is that the AUVs will be deployed in a grid system. We call it basically mowing the lawn. They'll be running on a 40-meter spacing when they're doing their detailed surveys. We'll be looking to deploy 2 AUVs at any one given time, with a third one on the vessel to swap it out as the next one is coming up. The AUVs will be deployed, and they'll be down there for between 72 and 80 hours before they surface and come back. We'll be providing handshakes. So basically, the surface vessel will be communicating with the AUVs so that we know where they're at. But we'll also be looking to use what we call UTPs, which are small little beacons that stick up off the ocean floor about 3 meters. They're lead weights with this little kind of a sensor buoy. It's really just to give the AUVs additional accuracy in their location. The goal is to pre-survey the area first, run an ROV down there, look at some video to make sure that we're not putting a UTP on anything sensitive. And we would have about 5 to 6 UTPs per block. And these blocks, roughly, there will be about 6 blocks within our lease area. And so those 5 to 6 UTPs would be deployed. and then they would be removed as soon as we were done with that block and moving on. So if you can kind of imagine, we'd likely be starting in our northern block here and then working our way down. It's estimated 10 to 12 days per block. So we would have about 50 days of the 50 or 60 days of surveying out in the lease area. We are looking to do the same sort of geophysical surveys where we'll be using the cone penetration testing and the vibrocoring and piston coring. These devices will be set on the ocean floor with the goal to push down of about maybe 6 meters or as far as we can to take core samples. These samples will be done not only in the lease area, but also in potential cable routes so that we know what type of sediment that we're dealing with and you know, how to design the export cables in the best fashion. We'll also be using sediment profile imaging, which is basically a camera. The apparatus is lowered down, it touches the seafloor, and then it pushes the camera in to the uppermost benthic layer of the soil there so that we can take a look at what the environment looks like. And so we'll be using this piece of equipment too to collect additional data. You know, much of the data that we're pulling from a database perspective and much of the equipment that we're using has already been used quite extensively along the California coast. And so we did kind of throw out some other studies there that have used some of the same equipment. So if you're familiar to see what type of data it produces, this information is out there. Most importantly for the schedule, we are still striving to begin our surveys as early as March. The idea would be to focus in the first quarter, basically what's left of March, on the areas where we'll be looking at to potentially deploy our Met Ocean buoys. The Met Ocean buoys are not part of this survey campaign. The idea is that we would map out the seafloor and determine the best locations for them, and then we would be developing a site assessment plan that would be most likely developed and submitted for agency approval later in the year, most likely fourth quarter, and that will identify the 2 locations for our Met Ocean buoys, but as well as some additional moorings that we may have to collect additional data, notably as it relates to subsea currents and potential erosion. During the course of our surveys, we'll be employing protected species observers. They will have a PSO on every vessel. We'll also be employing scout vessels. The scout vessels will have not only a fisheries representative on it, but it'll also have a PSO with it to make sure that we are not having impacts to marine mammals or turtles while we're out there. And we'll be following kind of a whole slew of mitigation measures through several of the permitting documents that we have. In terms of fisheries outreach, as Rachel mentioned, we've been really kind of teaming up as much as we can to have those meetings with the local fisheries, including this one. If you haven't seen our fisheries communication plan, it is on our website, atlaswind.com. So you can go there and take a look at it. And it has that same sort of form that Rachel kind of walked through in terms of gear loss and any ways to contact us. Having said that, I will make sure that I get into the chat, not only Elizabeth's contact information, but EJ's as well, so that if you do have any questions, we can follow up. But if anybody has any questions now, let me know.
Thanks, Pat. Oops. Thanks, Pat, for that. Appreciate it. I see at least one hand. Let's stand by. Scott McMullen.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. You mentioned the UTP beacons that will be temporarily deployed during the survey. Rather than using lead weights that are abandoned at the end, have you considered maybe using burlap sandbags that would just dissolve into the seabed at the end of their life rather than leaving the lead or concrete or steel or other types of disposable anchors?
Yeah. So, the goal was to not leave anything behind. So when the UTPs will be retrieved, the idea is to relocate them. We did look at the sand. There's always questions about, how clean the sand and the gravel is. But I think our concern there was that quite often when we go to retrieve the sand weights, they do tend to kind of fall apart on us. So since we were striving to get everything out of there, the lead weight was appropriate, or is it what we thought? But that is a good point. We've kind of told or we've talked with the agencies about using both. So I think in the end we'll continue to seek guidance on what may work the best.
Did that answer your question,
So-
Scott? Oh, sorry,
Not
go ahead.
really. So I guess what you're saying then is the lead weight will be recovered. You don't have an acoustic release that just releases the UTP. You're somehow bringing the whole thing back to the surface, including the lead weight.
Yeah, that is the goal. The goal is to leave nothing behind.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Jessica, I saw your hand was up and I inadvertently lowered it.
No worries, Mike. Thanks for the presentation, Patrick. You mentioned that you're aiming for 50 to 60 days of surveys. I was just curious what the weather or condition restrictions are on the vessel that you'll be using, because are you adding in some buffer for conditions potentially extending?
Yeah,
100 days?
and you're absolutely right when I said 50 to 60 days. If we take a look at our schedule, we do have a significant amount of float in the schedule for those events. We are hoping that since the Island Pride is a larger vessel, that it will be able to weather some of those storms a little bit better. Certainly, since the AUVs and nothing is attached to the vessel, it should make things a little bit easier. But we have talked about in those events where the storms are fairly significant, whether or not it would make sense to come near shore and do some of the high resolution work in some of the shallower waters in those events. But so we do have that baked in, and yeah, we recognize it'll beat you up out there sometimes.
Is that good, Jessica?
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay. Hey, Travis, we're limiting questions to just NPC members. If you have your phone nearby, just text me what your question is, a roundabout way of getting to it. Mike O.
That's what somebody did for me. I'm assuming that the vessel, well, thanks for the presentation first, but the vessels are required to be American flag still, right?
Yeah, EJ, do you? Want to speak to that? I don't know if he can come off mute. You there, EJ? Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
trying to come off.
they are compliant. I'm sorry, EJ.
Yeah, I would say they're
Okay,
Jones
I didn't
Act
know if they
compliant.
changed the rules. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, they are Jones Act compliant, and they have been operating in California. The Island Pride has operated recently. They've had some survey campaigns here in California.
Yeah, again, Patrick, the phrase is Jones Act compliant. When required to be U.S., it'll be U.S., but otherwise, if it's a Jones Act, we'll be in compliance with that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Pat, there's a question in the chat from Tommy. Will the data from your surveys be shared publicly?
Yeah, I think that's always something that we look to share. There are some things as we're developing our engineering and that are proprietary in the sense that we are competing. So there are some things that we wouldn't be able to share immediately, but we are already looking at the type of information that we're sharing, especially with the meta-ocean buoys and some of the data that we collect from those longer-term studies. Some of the same partnerships that we've had on the East Coast with the agencies to share that information. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. And then I got Travis's question was a follow-up to your question for Scott, where you had stated that the goal was retrieval of all of the items on the UTP. His question is, what happens if the goal isn't met and you're forced to leave some of those leads down on the bottom? Will there be any attempts to retrieve them?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is, we do have the ROV system on the vessel for that. The goal would be to retrieve them. And again, I think, you never want to guarantee 1000%. But the idea is that because they won't be down there that long, the expectation is we'll be able to actually retrieve it. If something is left behind, we would be filing a report and attempting to go back for it. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Michael, I am assuming that's a leftover hand?
It is. I thought I set it down, but okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect. All right, Pat, I think you are now off the hook. Oh, Mike raised his hand again.
Can you hear me?
Rick, if you're here, ready and able, or Carrie, have you figured that part out yet?
Let me see if I can share my
I'm
screen.
back. I'm not sure if Rick was able to figure out his audio though. Rick?
Terry, I don't know that I'm going to be able to.
Yes, I think so.
Share on my end. Do you mind running the slides on your end? Thank you. I've had to issues today connecting through Ring, so apologies.
Nope. I can do that. Let me just right now. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I see it. All right. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, thanks a lot. And thanks to the co-chairs and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rick Robbins, Marine Affairs Manager with RWE. Appreciate the opportunity to provide a quick update today on our draft survey plan for the Canopy Offshore Wind Farm. Project now has a name for the RWE lease offshore Humboldt. Next slide, please. The survey plan that we're presenting, and I know a number of you all have seen parts of this presentation, so apologies, but we have been very active trying to get the word out about this. In quick summary, as the survey plans you've seen before, we're required to collect geophysical and geotechnical data in order to support the development of our construction and operations plan. This will be focused on that. It'll be sequenced. It'll be a 2-year plan with discrete phases where the earliest phases will inform the subsequent phases. And then we'll be engaged in the evaluation and assessment of that geotechnical data as it comes out. Next slide. The area surveyed will be primarily in the lease, which is lease 561 offshore Humboldt. It'll also include an export cable study area. The geophysical survey line acquisition planning is currently draft, but it would be based on the BOEM requirements of 150 meter by 500 meter spacing. So the primary lines will be spaced 150 meters apart, and then every 500 meters going east to west would have a tie line. And within the shallower waters, as we get inshore of 130 meters, would be required to have a 30 meter by 500 meter spacing plan. And in addition to the lease, we do plan to run one or two, what we're calling a notional investigative route that would be surveyed within the potential export cable study area inshore of the lease, and that would run into the 50 meter contour. Next slide. The planned technology is to use an AUV. So this would be for the geophysical data acquisition, and it would be conducted by the AUV, and it would be deployed and recovered from a support vessel with a launch and recovery cradle. This is not towed, and that's I think a real asset for trying to avoid fisheries interactions. It'll be monitored remotely by the crewed surface deployment vessel, and it'll operate about 40 meters above the seabed at a speed of 3 to 4 knots, and then it'll go down to 6 meters above the seabed to acquire camera images when needed. The surface vessel and the AUV have operational flexibility to avoid hazards. It has collision avoidance as well, and it's remotely controlled, so it can be diverted around hazards as needed. We estimate that this work will take about 40 days of survey work plus weather, and we would plan to begin around June 1st. And the 2024 survey work that we just described will be conducted in federal waters. The survey equipment, the high resolution geophysical package for sensors and equipment on this AUV would be California low energy compliant equipment. So it would include a multi-beam echo sounder, a side scan sonar, gradiometer to pick up ferrous targets, and then a camera, USBL, and a sub-bottom profiler. And this selection is subject to permitting approval and availability of the equipment. Next slide. The proposed geotechnical work and benthic sampling would follow the geophysical survey. So first we'd go out and collect the geophysical data, then we'd have to assess that data. And then in order to do any of the geotechnical work, we have to pre-clear the area. So we have to avoid the hard substrate, rock outcroppings, seamounts, deep sea coral sponge habitat, and all that has to be reviewed and cleared by a qualified marine archaeologist and a benthic subject matter expert before we can do a sample at a location. So that's part of the planning process, but it's a step that occurs in between data acquisition and going out and collecting the geotechnical samples. And that would be conducted at BOEM recommended intervals within the lease area and then along those notional investigative routes. The geotechnical vessel will be stationary during the sampling operation, and we anticipate a Q3 start with an estimate of approximately 30 to 40 days of data acquisition plus weather. And this would also be done in federal waters, and the techniques would include box cores or grab samples, piston cores or vibra cores, cone penetration test, and jumbo piston core. Next slide, please. In terms of future surveys or follow-up components, we would anticipate a potential survey in 2025 if needed to conduct a second potential geophysical survey, and that would assess seabed mobility and geohazards. That equipment would include a vessel-mounted multi-beam echo sounder and a medium penetration low-energy system. These systems usually require an IHA permit from NOAA Fisheries. In terms of Met buoy deployments, RWE does not plan a Met buoy deployment within the lease area in 2024. We may consider a Met buoy deployment within the lease area next year. RWE is aware that a buoy company plans to deploy a buoy outside of the lease area in Q1 of 2024. Met buoy deployments will plan to include recoverable anchors. Next slide. Thank you. I've got several slides that I want to run through quickly. These describe our impact avoidance measures that are fishery specific. And so I've categorized these by mobile gear and fixed gear fisheries just for reference. Some of these carry over to and apply to all fisheries. So as I go to the next slides, I'll just highlight those elements that are new. But in summary, we plan to use a suite of avoidance measures to ensure a good outcome and achieve a well-coordinated and deconflicted survey operation. So this includes the use of an onboard fisheries liaison. The liaison is responsible for the real-time communication and coordination with the fleet. They play an important role. They'll monitor the radio. They will be responsible for the bridge-to-bridge communications. We've heard a lot of concerns about how some earlier surveys have gone. offshore California. And I think some of these issues are directly addressed through having an OFL on board. We have a fisheries communication plan that's recently been finalized. We'll have proactive meetings and communications with the fishing fleet. Our fisheries liaison is joining us today, Ricky Alexander, and he'll be available to the fishing fleet to answer questions. We're planning to select the AUV technology, and again, that's untowed equipment, which greatly reduces the risk of fisheries interactions. And the AUV and surface vessel both have operational flexibility to avoid fishing vessels. We'll also maintain a 24/7 watch, and we use AIS. So the Marine crew, it takes a team effort out there to maintain a good watch, but the Marine crew will maintain watch, and that'll be visual and electronic. PSOs complement that. Their job is to watch for protected species and marine mammals, but if they see any surface hazard, including a fishing buoy, they will report that to the captain immediately. The support vessels will transmit AIS at all times when they're away from the dock. So the fishing fleet or anybody monitoring AIS will be able to see where they are. And again, the survey equipment will be California low energy compliant. Next slide. This slide is specific to the fixed gear fisheries and the suite of measures there. So the additional elements that come into play are the possible use of a scout boat, and that boat may pre-scout the area for fixed fishing gear. Scouting is based on need and the nature of survey operations, and it'll be subject to vessel availability and vessel assurance. Sequencing is important for us. We've heard very clearly, I think, from the fleet there at Humboldt about the importance of the crab fishery. And so we're planning to survey the offshore, the least component of the survey first. And then we'll do the inshore area, which would just be a couple of those notional routes at the very end of the campaign as the Dungeness effort is decreasing. And then the fisheries communication plan will play an important role to have proactive meetings. And we're considering the potential use of a communications app that could be additionally beneficial, I think, for fixed gear fisheries. And then we have a gear loss claims process, and I'll touch on that in a minute. Next slide. Finally, we did hear a lot about transits and concerns about how much we may come and go to port with the survey vessels. And so in this case, we add a number of additional elements. And one of the considerations is the vessel selection itself. So for the high resolution geophysical work that we'll do with the AUV, that deployment vessel will be a large high endurance vessel, and that'll minimize weather standby and the need to come and go from port. We would expect them to have at least a 3 to 4 week duration with the only limiting factor there will be crew changes, but that would minimize coming and going from port. We also plan to use the crabber towboat lane for the respective vessels on the survey. The vessel may scout that notional investigative route on its own bottom when they come in for their last port call or before they go out, just to acquire data. And then the vessels are speed limited at 10 knots when they're transiting. Next slide. The fisheries communication plan has recently been finalized. I want to thank this committee for all their input. A lot of you have met with us a number of times to provide specific recommendations. And the plan itself was transformed into a joint plan in response to a lot of that input to try to make things as streamlined and coordinated as we could there at North Coast. The plan does include a gear loss claim process, and we heard some questions about some of the details of that when we had our initial meetings. So we included a new flow chart and a specific example. I think it'll be much more easily understood now. And we have a fisheries liaison, Ricky Alexander, who's joining us today. And then the joint plan is available at the respective websites. Next slide. Next slide. Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Gary. Just quickly, the methods that we primarily plan to use as we get ready to do survey work would include targeting monthly hybrid meetings with local fisheries associations. We're going to start that next week. We'll also hold periodic virtual meetings with regional associations as needed. We're happy to provide periodic virtual updates to this committee and to the CCC as we have been. The fisheries liaison will be available and will participate in daily calls with the survey vessel. So Ricky will be keeping a finger on the pulse of any activity with the survey vessel. He'll get daily reports from the onboard fisheries liaisons, and then he'll coordinate as needed with the local fisheries and with the scout boat. And the fisheries notices are the primary communication tool that we'll use to inform fisheries of survey activities. So those will go out widely by email in advance of any survey operations. And we will plan additional engagement with the fixed gear fishermen before we get started. And then we're, as I noted, we have an app in development that we hope to be able to use, and we use other measures as needed. But the plan is an adapted plan. So if we meet with the Fishing Association and they say, we want to have a call every couple of weeks to check in, then we will set that up. I mean, that's not going to be a problem to be responsive, I think. That's all I have. Be glad to answer any questions. Mike, that would require a coincidence of
Thanks,
schedules.
Rick. I
and
just have a real quick question.
I don't think we have that right now.
Noting how you and Vineyard has a
the
joint
other point,
fisheries
I think
communication plan.
to the extent
Has
that
there
we
been any
can
thought to
identify
doing your
economies
survey work
either
jointly in
in
order to,
time or other resources
kill two birds with one
as it
stone,
relates to,
so to speak?
coordinating survey work, I think that is a good thing. I would just note that if we try to do it on one vessel, our duration would be twice as long out there. So part of this for us avoiding impacts is also getting in and getting out as efficiently as we can, and that's where we've selected this scheduling to coordinate with the fishery and avoid impacts to the Dungeness fishery, but also to pick a period of time when we can minimize the length of time that we're out there on the ground. And if the same vessel had to go and then survey the next lease area, they would be spilling over into later into the year. And you may start to get into other fisheries. So, I mean, there are a number of considerations there. It's not always a simple question, but just wanted to point that out. Thank you. Mike, there's.
No, good answer. Thanks. Appreciate that. You may be off the hook as I see no hands raised. I see a hand raised. Scott McMullen.
Yeah, thank you. Great job, Rick. Appreciate the helpful presentation. Was encouraged to see the development of an app, and I think that's great. I'm
Yeah,
hoping
appreciate that, Scott. In fact, Vineyard
worked
has
with
used
Vineyard
the app on the East Coast.
joint
The app is being
communications
updated
plan that you would
to
also
include the
see if
chart
they'd
plotting
be willing to
information
work
from the
with
West
you on
Coast.
the
You'd have
app
NOAA
so
charts
that
in there on the West
vessels
Coast.
in the area would have one
I'm
app to go
hopeful that it'll
to
be ready
with
to
all the
go by the time we
information
start
for
survey work. So
overlapping
that is a good point. I
from
don't
both
want to speak for
companies. Has
Vineyard,
that
but
been
I'm hopeful that we can
considered?
get it going. And then when they get ready to start survey activities, that it'd be a useful tool for the industry. Yeah, well, Mike, as far as the planned activities that we have in front of us for this year, we're planning on doing an AUV survey and
Very great, thank
geotechnical
you.
work. And I don't think we're going to have to ask
Thanks,
people
Rick.
to
And I just got a
move
question
for either one
texted
of
to
those
me.
survey operations.
If
So
somebody wants to fish in an
if we-
area where you're
in the
planning
future,
to
if we
do
have to
surveys,
tow
who has
equipment
precedent?
for a
Does the
different type of
fisherman have
survey,
to
then
lead?
that would require some finer scale coordination with the fleet. But we would have those communication plans and coordination plans in place before we started towing anything. And Mr. Chair, I don't know if Ricky could come off and on camera there and introduce himself really quickly if he's with us. He just joined as our liaison.
Perfect. Thanks. Absolutely not. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Ricky. Nice to meet everybody. I'm looking forward to working with you. I'm just a little bit about my background. I've mostly fisheries. Started off my career as a fisheries observer, and then went to grad school. Worked on the East and West Coast. Did a little bit of about 5 years of commercial fisheries research for a group called the Domestic Farm Foundation on the East Coast, primarily trying to solve problems fishermen were having with accountability measures and things like that. So that was primarily a engineering exercise for towed commercial fishing gear, so scallop dredges and gill nets, and mostly size selectivity stuff, bycatch reduction. I also got to work with a bunch of deep sea cameras, which is what brought me into the wind world. Spent the last few years doing sediment profile imaging for a couple of different service providers. And I'll be working on the Canopy Wind project and look forward to work with y'all.
Thanks, Ricky. Nice to virtually meet you. All right, last call for questions for Rick. All right, Carrie. Thanks, Rick, and Pat, and Rachel for your presentations. Sorry.
Yes, I concur. Thanks to all three of you for joining us. And in case anyone was wondering why it's only 3 out of the 5, it's because these are the 3 companies that are sort of first out the gate, if you will, for doing their site survey and assessment activities. The other 2 companies are interested, but I think they just didn't feel like it was quite right for them to give the level of detail that they would want to for their planned activities. So we'll put them on a future MPC meeting. And you guys are, of course, welcome to stick around if you want to listen to the rest of the meeting. Let's see, this brings us to public comment. We're 9 minutes behind schedule, not too bad. I asked this before, and I think I only saw 1 hand raised, but for anyone who wants to make public comment, we'll ask you to please raise your hand right now, just so we can get a head count on how many comments we expect, and we only have 15 minutes scheduled for it. So the reason we do this is if we need to limit, we don't really have hard and fast rules in these committee meetings about how much time we give you for public comment. It's not like the council meeting where we give you the green, yellow, and red light, but we do, want to be fair to everyone and try to stay within our time frame. So I see 1 hand up from Travis.
Hey, Carrie?
Yeah.
Yeah, while we're waiting for folks to get their hands up, do we? And I told Mike O we'd come back to him. Mike O, we're coming back to you. If you remember the question that you had.
Yeah, I guess if Lila's still on, I think she was, I might go to her or her 2 associates, one of them. And that is, they talk about taking measurements baseline to see what how things behave now in the present environment without, and there's going to be variability from year to year, and climate, change or whatever. But I'm curious if they find something that's a radical difference after they've laid the baseline and say a year or 2 down the road after operations, and they see some major lack of, say, phytoplankton production or zooplankton that it's just bombed out or something. Does that mean they're going to shut these things down and get rid of them, or just keep going? I understand the idea of research, but is it research just for gathering information, period? Or would there be repercussions if the interference with the ecosystem is too great? That's my question.
So yeah, I can't answer that question. I mean, there's aspects of that, that would definitely be in BOEM's wheelhouse. There's no projects right now that have consultations or any sort of those kinds of adaptive management. There's no adaptive management framework yet set up. So, at this time, the information that George and Kelly presented is just the first steps in starting to, identify indicators and collect the data. How that's going to be used is not addressed yet. It's just too early in the process.
Yeah, just one thing I forgot to throw in there is the impacts on fishing, but I suspect that one's not going to change. So I thought the environment might have a chance, I guess, if it was really causing severe changes in the way the ecosystem works. But thank you for your answer, straight up and as always. So I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. But of course, that's something that would be a topic of conversation in many different venues, right? So I suspect that is something that we'll all want to talk about as this process keeps unfolding.
Well, and one more thing, in defensive fishing, if you have a problem with overfishing or just environmental problem, you can take the boats and move them to a place where they can't fish in that area, or you can just tell them that they're ceasing fishing for a year and park them in a marina. That's kind of hard to do with wind platforms. So anyway, thank you.
All right, I saw two hands, Travis and Larry. Travis, I see you're the only hand that's still up, so we'll go to you first, and Larry, you can come in after Travis if you still got something you want to say.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I don't know if this is kind of just an open-ended question to whoever or a comment or whatever, but one of the concerns on the site surveys and that we've had a little bit of experience with regarding the fiber optic cables up here and the survey vessels, knowing that they're contracted by the developers, and sometimes there may be plans may change, scheduling or timing due to weather or some other reason. And we had that happen when we were assured that the surveying would be done outside of the local commercial Dungeness crab fishery. And I guess my question is, and it's not to anybody in particular, unless somebody can answer it for me, is what is the stakeholder recourse or consequences to the developer if these things happen? I as much as I appreciate the communication efforts, and I have no reason to believe that communication won't be good, but I understand that some things tend to be out of the hand.
Yeah, Mike, I appreciate Travis's question. What is the recourse? I just wanted to share the way I don't have a direct answer with respect to recourse. I just want to share how we think about this. When we conduct survey operations, it's fair to say there are uncertainties with respect to
thanks, Travis.
Operational delays, equipment delays, et cetera, weather. Having said that, we're all aware of that, right? So when we develop our impact avoidance strategies, mitigation strategies, they need to be robust to that. And so if we get pushed off schedule by a few weeks, if that means we're now coincident with some other activity, then we have to step up our game as well. So it may require that we have a higher level of communication and coordination with a certain fishery that's active in an area. It may mean that we have to do more scouting to keep a closer finger on the pulse of things. I mean, we're not flat-footed as we go through this, so I think we can be fairly adaptive in that regard. But when we think about impact avoidance and mitigations, I think we all understand that survey operations are affected by things like weather and have some uncertainties in schedule that can come into play. But we're still going to be committed to having a good outcome.
Thanks for that, Rick. Go ahead, Pat.
Thanks. Yeah, so, most importantly, if, at least speaking from Equinor, if we have a contractor on board, that contractor is our responsibility. The authorizations that we get from the agencies are through our lease, and Equinor's name is on that lease. And so we do take the activities of our contractors very seriously. And, just from a mindset, we are so early in this process. This is the first time we're getting out on the water. We recognize as we're, starting to do these surveys that we may have some hiccups, but, we're going to be here for a long time, and we've got a lot of activities to come in the future. So, it is, our full intention to be as communicative as we can and to work as closely as we can with the fisheries, because we've got a long way to go before we even start thinking about actually constructing out there. So
yeah, thanks for that, Pat. Travis, you good?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the answers, and I just I guess I would just say, other than when I say recourse, other than sorry, we'll do better next time, that when we talk about impacts, these are impacts to us even in the early stages. So no, I appreciate the answers. Thanks.
Roger that. Mr. Thievick, your hand's down, but I assume you still want to talk?
Can you hear me, Mike?
Of course. Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Well, technically functional anyway. Yes, I would like to speak. My name is Larry Thievick. I'm the president of the Washington Dungeness Crab Fishermen's Association, which is headquartered in Westport, Washington. I want to thank you for the time, and also say I do appreciate the continued dedication to these discussions by all who've been so much involved. Well, I do have comments. I wanted to start by saying I think BOEM's, and these are fundamentally comments, not questions. I think BOEM's onward, uninterrupted march in Oregon speaks volumes on its own. I do want to point out a couple of things, though. I am calling them for today's discussion traps. The first trap number one, is when this group is putting together responses to actions taken or proposed or discussions that we are aware or that we need to avoid limited interpretations of what fisheries impacts are. And I think at every turn, we need to connect the potential and yet to be understood impacts of what offshore wind development at scale up and down the entire West Coast may have on our resources. And that fisheries impacts are not, and it's been discussed before, but I think it needs to be continuously emphasized, that fisheries impacts are not simply displacement impacts. If a resource is impacted, if marine mammal behavior is changed and there's consequent interactions with fisheries, there are a whole host of potential impacts that are not directly related to displacement. And if indeed there's a potential for negative impacts to the California current ecosystem from upwelling impacts, those are all connected, interconnected. And in the end, we'll have fisheries impacts as well. So that's the first trap. The second trap is, Mike, you mentioned this earlier about the sea-space analysis didn't include much of the NCOS modeling. And I appreciate that you are thinking that there would be benefit to including the NCOS modeling. But I also wanted to say that the NCOS model, as we've seen it so far, needs much improvement. So we need to bring it up, but we shouldn't be too reliant on it. And I wanted to say that in early modeling discussions, I queried several times about what I perceived as very limited ecosystem modeling in the proposal. I was told there was plenty of time to provide the to provide for that inquiry. And then we were told it's complicated, requires more research, but apparently does not warrant or justify more time. Similarly, there wasn't an expectation of cumulative impacts analysis in the model, and that model in 186 pages, or in that report, the draft, there was little mention or narrative explanation in the modeling or in the draft. There are no references to cumulative impacts or effects in the NCOS model, and only 2 uses of the word cumulative, both in a math reference. Also, I see there is one reference to the phrase ecosystem impacts, and that is relative to baseline data collection as part of the measure of OSW impacts over time, and not predictive or a modeling of potential ecosystem or upwelling impacts. And if I may, I'd like to quote from Quileute, Quinault, and Hoh tribes from August of 2022. And this was relative to the call area developments. It said, looking to the current proposal, we are mindful that the California Currents is a designated large marine ecosystem and the river that supports the ecosystems of the West Coast. The proposed series of large offshore wind projects off the West Coast must consider cumulative impacts to the overall West Coast ecosystem, not just the local project area. Projects of the scale proposed will have local and regional impacts over time that have yet to be determined. It is the responsibility of BOEM, not proposed developers, to slow the leasing and permitting process for West Coast offshore wind development, to enable BOEM and affected communities to develop full impacts of construction, operating, and eventual decommission of these massive facilities, including those being placed in the California Current LME, unquote. That's trap 2. Trap 3 is that we get wrapped up in the process as it's prescribed to us. And as Steve Johnner mentioned earlier, it seems a backwards process. And as I have mentioned over time, it seems a least first and ask questions later process, and that will likely bring us to a bad end. Trap 4. We recently had a presentation by a BOEM representative to the WCMAC in Washington, and once again, it was kind of implied that the EA early, prior to the COP analysis, EAs, was more broad in scope than it actually is. So we need to be careful that we don't overemphasize or let the narrative be told that these EAs at that stage are more than they are. And finally, trap 5 are time constraints. Arbitrary time constraints are fundamentally research constraints, they're impact analysis constraints, and they are understanding constraints. And they do not serve ocean justice or data and research needs. And as in the inverted process, which we have referred to, will not lead us to a very well researched, educated, and beneficial outcome. And that's what I felt like I needed to say. More of a reminder.
No, thanks, Larry. As always, appreciate your thoughtful comments. And Carrie and Susan and I are texting back and forth saying that it's almost like somebody planted you to make those comments, because that's going to lead very nicely into our next agenda topic. Carrie, are we done with public comment? I believe we are. I don't see any hands up.
Yep, I think so.
All right, then next it is myself and Jessica, meaning in this case, hopefully just Jessica, since I totally dropped the ball on this assignment. So
Yeah,
Jessica,
I do think, yeah, thanks, Mike. I will say, Larry, I do think that most of your public comment is kind of the reasoning behind this next agenda item, which is discussing kind of a comprehensive impact analysis or a roadmap, as it may be. And just to remind everyone, this stemmed out of our first in-person meeting back in November, where in our supplemental report 2, which is being presented on the screen right now, we kind of had discussed coming up with a list of research and data needs that are kind of the first step in identifying a cumulative impacts analysis, and really thinking of that cumulative impacts analysis through the lens of multiple build-out scenarios, and also in different regional contexts, like West Coast wide versus different regions within the California current. So in that aim, we had said that we would come back to the council if they thought it was worth it, with a little bit more of a fleshed out idea of what this might look like. And council guidance was kind of go forth and give us more information, I think is what we heard back in November. So with this agenda, I think what we're really trying to get at is that the council has repeatedly expressed the desire for this comprehensive cumulative impacts analysis for offshore wind development at a regional scale that's looking at those short-term and long-term impacts to our natural resources, habitats, fisheries, and communities through different scenarios. And by doing that, trying to come up first with like a strategy of what marine planning should look like from the council's perspective on the West Coast, or at least inform those decisions around recommendations for what the council sees as the future of offshore wind development, taking into consideration some of these impacts. And so the first step, I think, was kind of coming up with an idea of, well, what are kind of build out scenarios are we considering? And thinking of just starting at the basic minimum of what are the current goals that are set for the West Coast states. So Oregon's current goal of up to 3 gigawatts, California's goal of meeting 25 additional gigawatts by 2045, as well as the leases that are currently in place, and then kind of Washington's unsolicited lease requests. And then coming up with, okay, if we're considering this as the base level scenario of development, there's kind of a couple of ways you could look at cumulative impacts. One of those is looking at the entire West Coast, right? And how that impacts upwelling along the West Coast with the installations needed to meet those goals. But that kind of brings up a lot of other questions of, well, maybe in addition to cumulative impacts West Coast wide, we also know that there's different regions within the West Coast. We know that based on our fishery ecosystem plan that discusses there's a northern subregion, a central subregion, and a southern subregion that are all different based on their wind, as well as oceanographic conditions and resources and fisheries that operate. So maybe it's also considering that level in an analysis as well. So really kind of coming up with the bounds of what we would want to see analyzed from a cumulative impact side. So not only how many turbines are needed to meet these goals and where they're currently sited or potentially up for future siting, but then what does it look like for impacts at those regional sites, as well as the entire coast. And then thinking of that, then, there comes a lot of additional questions. Really, I think this is more of a questions document where we're outlining the different components of things that should be considered in an impacts analysis rather than providing questions. So the infrastructure needed to meet those energy goals, what does that look like? Fishing access, is it completely excluded from these areas, partially excluded, or is it allowable? That will determine what those cumulative impacts would be as well. And different transmission routes will also change what those cumulative impacts could be for the entire system. And so really what it comes down to is the first step in this marine spatial planning exercise is really to gather data and assess the current state and come up with some questions that need answering that could inform council's recommendations. And that's previously what we had done in November and provided a table. So filling out additional questions. Also the schematic that Kelly and Lila presented was kind of the second phase that we were talking about of, okay, what would a conceptual model look like of how these different parts of the system are connected and how one impact can then cascade or impact other components of the system. And so that is another thing that we were considering, but luckily the IEA team seems to be working on that. So that's great to see that they're already kind of considering that conceptual model. And I know Corey, you had brought that up as something for this discussion as well. So we can continue to have that discussion here. But really, I think the goal that Mike and Carrie and I discussed was really coming up with an outline of a document that we want to potentially propose to council as a useful resource in the future so that this type of information can start being consolidated and research and data questions can be proposed that can then be picked up by different research support opportunities, whether that be through BOEM's research or the Science Center's research or, just academia. So we can start getting some of these questions answered in a way that would also be useful for the council's decisions of looking at cumulative impacts at the appropriate scales that we're looking at, not just at a single location. That's my basic summary, Mike, but hopefully you can take it from there.
Here I am talking into a muted mic. Give me a sec. I'll pull up. Should I pull up what we've got or what you and Carrie have got so far?
Sure.
Okay, stand by.
I was going to say no, but that's okay. Only
do you want to do it?
Drafty. No, go for it. No, I was at least half joking just because it's very drafty right now. But yeah, go for it.
Well, Carrie, if you want to pull up the table that we had in, there's no reason that we have to put this right now. We can certainly show the table that we had in November, right? And then say that we're continuing to work on expanding that and hope to be able to send that around relatively soon for MPC review.
Yeah, no, go ahead and share it. I think it would be helpful. Just everybody be forewarned. It's a Google Doc that we just sort of threw up there and started making comments and stuff like that, but you can kind of see where we're going. I think we were hoping to have this a little more mature by now, but we didn't get there. So you can see all the sausage making here. I see you got it up there. Perfect. And I'll also jump in, Jessica, that was awesome overview. I think you really hit the nail on the head. The other thing that I've been thinking about and that Jessica and Mike and I talked about is that, we want to be cautious. We did get the green light from the council to come back at the March meeting with some more fleshed out key questions and maybe a little more sort of meat on the bones of this thing. But also we realized that at the end of the day, this and Jessica said this is a marine spatial planning exercise, which it really is. What we're talking about, at least in my opinion, and I think generally the rest of us who have talked about this, is really looking at the whole coast, U.S. West Coast over the long term, 20, 50, 100 years. Where do we, where do we think that the offshore wind industry and development will be? What will it look like? It's one thing to have 5 or 8 wind farms or something like that. It's a different ball game to have 20 or 40 or 100 or whatever. And so the point being that this would be something that and I also talked to Merrick Burton about this, the director here at the council. This isn't something that we could do, that we're going to do this sort of comprehensive coast-wide impacts analysis and kind of spatial planning exercise. This would, at least in my mind, and I think Merrick's, really be something that we would look to the federal agencies, to consider. Maybe BOEM, BOEM and NOAA obviously, would be key federal agency partners in this. We have the West Coast Oceans Alliance, which has some capacity and expertise. There certainly be tribal involvement, and I'm just throwing these ideas out there, just to be clear. I'm not, we're not going to fire off a letter to other federal agencies, but I guess my bigger point is that we want to make sure that that the council has enough, that we in the council has enough sort of interest in making this happen, that we would sort of look to our federal, state, tribal partners, NGO partners to to see if we could put something together like this. It's a little bit different than the traditional NEPA style cumulative impacts assessment. And anyway, so I'm kind of rambling on at this point, but my point is that what I foresee us asking the council is, here's a little bit more information than you had in November. Is this something that you want to push for, and where should we take it from here? I don't want this committee, or the Habitat Committee or whoever else to spend tons and tons of time and energy on it, and then have not have the sort of political willpower to really push to make it happen. So anyway, I just wanted to get that thought out there too, which I think is important in the big picture. But now we can look back to sort of the next version of that report that we started putting together.
Yeah,
I'll just-
no. Oh, go ahead, Jessica, please.
Yeah, I'll just add, Carrie, I think that the difference in my mind between this and what we had in November is, as you can see on the screen now, these are the couple of the questions highlighted in yellow were exactly pulled from that November report. But really what we're adding here is each one of these questions should be viewed in the light of what is the other, energy goals that are being met. So like, what is the different build out scenarios that we're considering for each one of these questions? Because that'll change with the cumulative impacts. What is the area in which you're looking at, West Coast wide or a little bit more regional based cumulative impacts? And then these are the questions. So it's kind of providing a scope for those that can answer these questions, or as these questions start to get the research needed to target them, that the council really wants these questions with this scope analyzed so it can better make its decisions. That's in my mind where the top parts of the report are just pretty much outlining for the council. It's putting all of these questions in the context of what the goals are regionally for offshore wind development, and how the council may want to look at those in the future when developing recommendations.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jessica. You said what I was just basically going to say. So that, everything that's not highlighted in yellow is new. This is by no stretch of the imagination is this intended to be the complete and entire list of potential questions that we may have at this point in time. And I think Carrie hit on this quite well. Until we get the political blessing from the council on moving forward with this, just getting things down onto paper and then a description that precedes this, looking at what benefit this can provide into the future. I think that was just the goal. The goal wasn't to be, let's throw every question we can possibly conceive of here and get the council's blessing. This will necessarily have to be a living document in the sense that, as these site surveys go, as we start to see developments and as other things come into fruition, they'll pose additional questions. Just earlier today when we were talking about, the transmission, if they're going to be using these meshed networks, how does that change? Does that create different questions? So, to that standpoint, I think this is just me talking here. I think what we have here is representative enough and thorough enough that I think it's worthy of, including it. Maybe it's a separate supplemental report. I don't know. Carrie will have to, debate that or discuss that as the committee, but fill in some of these blanks with regards to, is it a, what is the impact category, what phase of development, and then, which council process does it fit in? But I, thank you to Jessica and to Carrie for doing all of this, and getting it to a place where I think it's ripe for sharing.
Lila has her hand up.
Well, first of all, thank you, Carrie and Jessica and Mike, for thinking more about this and moving this forward. I have a question about how this relates to, or how might it relate to, the research and data needs document that I'm not sure. I think it's an annual document, but maybe it's not annual. But doesn't the council and the SSC come up with a research and data needs and priorities document for NIMS every year with regards to fisheries management? And could this be like sort of a subset of that, which is a little bit broader, obviously, since we're not the only ones? It would, meaning NIMS. But yeah, I'm just wondering about how this might relate to that document.
It's a good
I'll
Carrie
jump in real
question.
quick. Yeah, and then I see Jessica and Corey's hands up. Yeah, the research and data needs document, we developed this research data needs database a couple of years ago. So that whole thing is kind of in a transition right now. But I think typically it's every 5 years is when it is used to be, totally sort of revamped. But I'm the wrong person to speak to this. Marlene, who's the SSC staff officer, is that. But yeah, that is where the council's research priorities are to live. And then you said one other thing, Lila, that yeah, we talked about that a little bit in November. I was trying to remember. I think it was in the MPC meeting, and we talked about how these questions. It was all speculative, but I do remember talking about that. How these questions may align with the research and data needs document. Would we need to sort of add a new chapter of the R&D needs, or that sort of thing? So yeah, that's all. And then.
Oh, well, sorry if
Everyone's
I forgot that conversation.
No, not at all. Because I had forgotten too until you just brought it up.
Yeah, I'll just
Corey.
jump in real quick.
Oh, sorry.
Lila.
Yeah, go ahead.
That came out of November. That yes, this strategy, the first step in any strategy is to kind of fill in the data gaps, and so our first step in the strategy potentially would be just developing these questions, but putting the framework on these questions of, other things to consider. It's not just considering this first one, like how do offshore wind installations affect navigation, transit, and access to fishing areas? Because you can look at that in a very narrow scope, right? But we're talking about, well, what does that look like West Coast wide? What would be those impacts versus what would it be on a regional scale? Like maybe just the North Coast, or, just Oregon, just Washington. So kind of putting that framework around it. And what if there's multiple sites and not just a single installation or, lease? What if there's multiple leases? So I think, yes, it's definitely in my mind, I consider this document pretty much just being the MPC's research and data needs living document, but it provides the context of these questions being answered under different scopes of how to think about those cumulative impacts.
Yeah, thanks. That helps. I was just thinking, I thought I heard somebody ask, like, do we need permission to keep moving forward on this? And I was just thinking if, sort of tying it to that plan would sort of help give it some sort of home or context, some relationship to that. So it's not like it's something out of left field. But yeah, I completely agree with what you just described, Jessica. So thanks.
Corey Niles, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, well, I guess a couple of thoughts. I'll start with I think the difference in research and data needs, at least most of it comes from the scientists first. Like I'm thinking the stock assessment, each stock assessment has a list of, questions that cannot be answered in that assessment and probably won't be answered for the next 4 assessments, but they put them in there anyway. This is more of us this is getting us going and starting, but I don't know if I'm a scattershot of a bunch of different questions is the way to go. And I probably should have known this, but I didn't know that the Science Center had hired someone, and I think Kelly Andrews is still on here, but going back to the beginning of the IEA, when the Science Centers brought that forward, they're like, hey, this is for everything, not just fishing. We want to use this framework for the ocean in general. So that I see Kelly Andrews in his presentation already starting to do the way a site would approach it. And I guess I wasn't paying too close attention to what their suggestions were last time, but I think you got to start with something more specific than how will offshore wind development impact larval transport? Like how would offshore wind development impact larval transport of species X? I think you got to get that specific, and that's where your conceptual models, you can connect. These things are all connected, and you focus on one node and then follow it through the web of cause and effect and all that. And that's where like the North Atlantic example, which because of the right whales, they had a particular project and a particular species, focal species, and they followed it from the chain of the wake effects and the changes in the hydrodynamics to potentially to the food chain, and then to the whales. So I think that's how the scientists end up doing it. I think we could almost do is we want to understand the effects, and you heard Steve Joner say today, look, salmon, but before he's been saying sablefish. So yeah, I don't know. This list of questions really does more for us than just, hey, we want to know what the impacts are to the ecosystem and to the species we manage and to the species that provide recreational, commercial, cultural benefits to the fishing communities and everyone. On the other part about the scenarios would be the difference in of doing it coastwide and getting people to think about what would it be for 20, 30 years from now, potentially, in something plausible, if not precise. And just one more, in addition to like the federal government doing this, or like reminder, California is the one that did the one study in our ecosystem, paid for it, or I don't know where the money came from, showing that there is upwelling effects. And the next step, they said, is going to be, how does it move into the biology? And then the bill didn't make it through our short session here, but UW was one of the bills asking UW to do this very thing, and they, as I understand it, said they could do it. So yeah, don't forget about universities in the States. I think you mentioned them, Carrie. But yeah, I don't know. All this, the long list of questions, I don't think is a research and data needs document. I think we can bring more structure to it.
Thanks, Corey. I put my hand up, but I'll bet Jessica was going to say this same thing that I'm thinking. Why don't you go ahead, Jessica?
Well, we'll test that theory, Carrie.
Okay.
Corey, I would just say this list of questions is just gleaned from what the questions that we've kind of reiterated, either us or the Habitat Committee in our comment letters. So that's where all of these questions are coming for, or things that we wanted considered. So that's how I populated this list. Whether or not this list needs to be more refined and brought in, have those questions be more connected, I think is a possibility here.
Yeah, that was about 90% the same. I'll just say that as Corey was talking about, the effects of, upwelling larval transport, the idea here is that we would put it in the context of different development scenarios. Let's use a more sort of tangible example. Like if you put a wind farm somewhere, there's going to be some degree of exclusion of fishing activity. Maybe it's all fishing or some fishing or just trawling or just whatever, but there'll be some sort of degree of impact in a sort of broader scale. And that's going to impact, specific communities depending on who fishes there and how close it is to a port, and et cetera, et cetera. What will those impacts look like with 5 wind farms developed off of California, or 12 wind farms developed off of California and Oregon, or 25 or 50? What will be the impacts under those different scenarios? Where are they located? How big are they? What's the generation capacity of turbines? Because that's changing also. So I think that's the idea. We're thinking about sort of this, multi-dimensional approach to it. So looking at the impacts to, some component of our, ecosystem or our economy or whatever, and then what would that look like under different scenarios in the future?
And to that point, Carrie, we brought this up in the past, right? When talking about the Humboldt lease sites, we've acknowledged that if you look at those in isolation, it has one set of impacts. When you consider what were the time the draft wind energy areas off Brookings, that made it look different. And now with the identification of suitable sea space that basically connects the Brookings wind energy area, basically with the Humboldt lease sites, it's a vastly different look entirely. So I think to that extent, I think it's very helpful. Mr. Okanowski.
Well, thank you. I really like where this conversation's going. I will say one thing, I guess. I think getting the cumulative impacts about a week ago, I just realized finally that this may be the most important feature of this whole exercise, because it may be hugely different at 50 wind farms from 5. Carrie hit it there. And how you're going to do that by modeling, I think the modeling does require some empirical data. Now, I think the most we should even agree to, if we, at least as I feel we should agree to, is the idea if you're going to put together Morro Bay, and hopefully not Humboldt, but if you put the two together, give it 3 years of operational time. I know nobody's going to want to do that, but the problem is it might actually be a better idea for the developers if they keep finding that their costs are going up and they finally realize that these things aren't going to work as well as, or they're not going to work to keep the cost in order. We don't know where that one's going. I don't know, but it seems like it's just getting higher. And use those, say, Morro Bay for an experimental station. It's not something I brought up. I think, Mike, the first time I heard it was from you about 2 years ago. Maybe it was somebody else, but if you're just going from modeling, I'm not sure you can get what you really need. And the problem is models can be a little bit biased or affected by, belief systems. I hate to say that, but I believe it's true. And so using empirical data would have an advantage. And I'd say just go with the modeling, but I don't think anybody's stopping now in California, but it certainly would make sense, because what we're bringing up here, you're talking about 100 years from now, I think it was Carrie. That's what we've been talking about all along, Carrie, is what's going to happen to the ocean long term, to the whole ecosystem. And right behind this, or maybe over the top almost, is mining for minerals in the ocean. There's research vessels, really brand new ones with all kinds of fancy equipment that are out there doing it, making experimental runs at it right now. So what we're looking at is not just offshore wind energy, it's the industrialization of our oceans. And it's like the last frontier until we get to outer space, I guess. But the whole thing is that what we want for our oceans? The other countries seem to, and they're not holding back. But I think there's alternatives we could develop that would be much better than offshore wind without using all the planet's resources in the process, and probably a lot cheaper. To give us some time to actually put some attention to that rather than just follow this trail because everybody in front of us is following this trail. But I have to admit that the last letter you guys put together was fantastic. And I don't have to admit it. I'm proud to admit it. But and what you're talking about here, I think, is a new direction that you should examine. Whether you follow my advice or try another route. But I wouldn't let it just keep going, because once that momentum starts up, and it'll just overrun us. And the longer we can slow it down or ask for data gaps to be filled and get some attention on it, I think the better off it'll be in the end. But that's just one man's opinion, but it's kind of where I am. But I thank everybody for all the input they've given. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And I don't remember the number of times that we've included in letters to have the 5 current leases off California operate for a few years so we can get that empirical data. So we've said it in the past. I assume that we'll continue to say it in the future. But we'll see. Corey Niles.
Yeah, I guess in Carrie and Jessica's response to mine, I'm not getting what you're saying. I'm agreeing that, and I think I said, it's the benefit would be in some kind of plausible build out scenario. I'll use Steve's dam analogy. What would it all put all the Columbia River dams together, and what are the impacts after that? Yeah, that's I think everyone agrees with that. I don't understand how what happens to larval transport? When it's 20 gigawatts, then more larvae are affected, less than when it's only 5. I'm not seeing the specifics. I think in my brain, you got to take, okay, what would happen to whiting? So, where do whiting spawn? I still think no one really knows. And then the location would be important. So yeah, just the generic list of some questions. I think eventually you got to get to something more specific, and that's what I'm saying. And yeah, totally agree with let's put something out there that would look like a possible future and understand the best we can what the impact. And you start with the biggest impacts, and then getting to something smaller will be tougher. But like Mike was saying, I think it's got to, like they did in California, it's got to start with the oceanographic model and then connecting it to the zooplankton next. And then everything else flows from that.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I think I totally agree with what you're saying. However, if you imagine a full build out where there's, the unsolicited lease requests off Washington are built out upon, the 2 wind energy areas off Oregon are built out upon. If we assume a future world where there's some development between Coos Bay and the southernmost unsolicited lease requests off the coast of Washington, we assume there's some build out there. if we assume that the areas identified as suitable sea space off California is built out, I'm not sure that I can sit here and tell you that there will be any HMS fisheries that are allowed to operate or that would be economically viable to operate. So, so while zooplankton and the oceanographic processes are important, from a high level perspective, a full build out to that degree, I think will impact some fisheries different than others, some such as the, highly migratory, albacore in particular, that I'm not really entirely too sure would survive that full build out. And how do we capture that other than just saying that?
Yeah, and sorry, I was speaking just to the indirect impact, not to the removal of fishing areas. So, yeah. And just real one, sorry, Steve Joner has his hand up. We got a couple things to look at too. There's that I forget the name of their group, but they're looking at the topology and they're looking at something very similar, but like 6 for Oregon, 3 for Washington, and whatever 20 California is asking for. And there's some economic models saying that the Western United States is only going to need what California's current goal is. So there's things to look at. Sorry, Steve, for jumping ahead of you.
Oh, thanks, Corey. Good answer. Mr. Johnner.
Yeah, I just I'm all in on this idea. I again want to thank Jessica and Carrie and others that have put this together. The tribes, I know Makah, and I'm sure every other tribe has the same attitude, and that is mitigation is not an option. So we asked BOEM last June when they came out to meet with the Makah Tribal Council, why don't you consider some pilot projects? Not that I'm willing to sacrifice California areas, but they're well underway. So why don't we do that? Stop everything else and then look at what are the impacts going to be? And I'll be careful about my analogies so Corey doesn't swear about them anymore. About my damn analogy. There are a couple folks here from the SAS, so they know what's about to happen, what's already started, and that is the salmon process north of Falcon. And that's a very painful 2 months in the life of the council. But it started last week at the Pacific Salmon Commission meeting. And you start with Southeast Alaska and you go all the way up to the most upriver fishery, and you have to determine the cumulative impacts on particularly the listed stocks. And each fishery along the way has a minimal impact. So, each individual fishery on its own doesn't have a problem, but you add them together and it's a big problem that takes months to work out for every single year. So I think we're dealing with the same thing here. And, Mike described this as industrialization of the ocean, which it is, because if California wants to have 20 gigawatts, how much, and it takes X number, we'll say 1,000 towers produce that. How many do you really need to produce the 20 gigawatts? Because the wind doesn't always blow. And an example of that is in December, we had a multi-day cold spell here in Washington, and it got really cold, way below normal. And somebody told me that they got a notice from Seattle City Light to conserve energy because the turbines in Eastern Washington, they weren't producing because the wind wasn't blowing. So that brings up another question. What's going to be the supplemental energy source when the wind doesn't blow? And, will that create a whole nother array of concerns and impacts we have to care about? So anyway, I think we're right on, and let's go for it.
Thanks, Steve. The other Steve.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to point out that the fishing group that I've been working with in California for about the last 3 years has made the comment in writing and so forth that the first 5 leases in California should be viewed as a demonstration project and that no new leases should be executed by BOEM until there's at least 2 years of hard data from the as-built turbines. It's hard not to notice, though, that in the California Energy Commission report, the 525 report, that comment was made as that report was being developed, and yet, as best I can tell, that comment is not reflected in any place in the 525 report.
Yep. Nope. I didn't see that either. All right, Carrie. Stand by. Corey.
Yeah, so to be clear, I think Steve's analogy, I mean, the dam analogy is a good one. Sorry for coming off of not liking it, but I think the only thing I've ever said is, the NEPA was supposed to have the dams were put up before NEPA existed, right? So NEPA, the cumulative impacts analysis, is really supposed to address that type of thing. In what is reasonably foreseeable, that's a legal question that we can't answer. But Steve, I think Steve's asking about sablefish and salmon, and I just how we're ever going to be able to answer that stuff. We can keep asking the questions, but again, we don't even know I don't think people know where whiting actually spawn, despite looking. So, I think it's I'll have comments on the specific document, but I think the best place to start, where the scientists are starting, are with the oceanographic models.
Mike, go.
Yeah, just the Corey's thing on the whiting. I'm reasonably certain, I think most people feel, that they spawn south of the California-Oregon border. Maybe not all the time, and when we took over for the Alaska because it couldn't get out, it couldn't get crew. We did some seine sets at night that pulled up 3-inch, 2 to 3, 4-inch whiting down there, just right around Point Conception. So, and the survey ship is going farther south than they used to, just to see, what's down there. But apparently, there's at least some spawning going on down there, and I think probably the majority of it. But so the evidence maybe is minimal right now, but there isn't anything that would point differently. And that seems to be what's going on. And hence, when Steve Joner brings up the point about fish that are going through the UNAs coming from down out of California, it's not just whiting, it's also sardines that, their genesis of expansion comes from down in that area. Maybe not always, but it has been for the last couple of cycles at least. So, both of those go through the UNA areas. So, I mean, this ocean is, I think, a lot more dynamic than any of us can even imagine. And when things are that complex, I don't think it takes too much of a change in order to get, different results through the ecosystem. And climate change could well do us in too. I mean, it's a real possibility, but I don't think, like I said in the Vineyard project, that offshore wind is going to really prevent much from happening as far as CO2 emissions go. Or, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do all we can, but I just think offshore wind is basically the wrong answer. And like Steve Scheibler was saying, that at the least, 5 lease areas is plenty to get a good view of, what happens. They can put all kinds of gear on that stuff and do that examination, but to just do the research and let these things develop, you're going to have to research it all the way to the last turbine, because there's going to be changes that occur as you put more and more of them in the ocean. It's probably no doubt about that. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I think just responding is some of us, some of you are able to take such stances pro against offshore wind, others are limited in what we can say and are taking an analytical point of view. But I think my point, just to kind of say it a third time, it makes a lot more sense to me, to my brain, to take it from a particular species and then think about the impacts to it that way is really what I'm saying. And like what you're talking about wetting there, that was, very vivid. You could come up with a hypothesis to then think about how the larval whiting are affected. And I would go about it that way. And I come to think of it, that is how safe for the ecosystems part of the research and data needs. That's pretty much how it works, right? You're well familiar with the sardine research and data needs.
Well, I
So
think
I
that's
just think
exactly what Steve Joner's doing. And
exactly, that's what I'm saying too. He's using real species, like first sablefish is the first one I think you brought up, and so that got my brain like, how would people figure that out? It was kind of, so you have to, and then the right whale in Atlantic example, another example of starting with the species.
How are we doing here, Mike?
I think we beat that one into the ground. Can we get through our last hour in 30 minutes?
I think that's what we're going to do. That was good discussion. So, I mean, what I heard was at least a general consensus that the committee still likes this idea. There's a lot of value in it. I'm hearing, sort of a few different ideas about what exactly what it'll look like. So, but I think that we can finish off what Jessica and Mike and I started, share a draft with you guys, and what I'm also hearing is a little sort of a hint of caution about not getting too detailed on it. But I think what we have now, Jessica, you did the bulk of that. I think it looks pretty good. So let's see. Moving into our next agenda items, as Mike said, we had this last half hour here really to talk about what's next, what we want to do, who's going to do it, what the deadlines are, and that sort of thing. So just to sort of help, I just I'm going to show my screen. And while I'm doing that, what I think we're talking about doing is writing up, we have 3 reports that are kind of on the, on the table here. One is comments on the Oregon Notice of Intent, which are due the 15th of March, I think, very soon. So we'd have to get something quick in the briefing book for the council to look at and endorse it and then send it off. And then this cumulative impacts roadmap report that we've been working on. And then, which is the main purpose of this MPC meeting, was to put together a report for the council for the April council meeting. So that's the third report, is that it would be our sort of general, follow our general structure where we have the state updates and, the information on what we heard from the offshore wind companies. And that would go in the April briefing book. Oops, I'm still trying to share my screen. There we go. And since there is no marine planning on the April agenda, that would just be an informational report, right? So there would be no, actionable items or anything like that, because it's not noticed in the council agenda. But we could still put it in as an informational report, just so people can, sort of see what we talked about and what's going on. So that's what I'm hearing and seeing, and I see Jessica's hand up.
Carrie, can you remind me about the comment period for AB 525? I don't see that here. I just can't remember what the decision point on that was or when that is.
Mike, you want to take that?
Yeah, I'll weigh in. Right now, the comment period is slated to close on March 22nd. On good authority, it is expected that very soon the Energy Commission will announce a public workshop scheduled for right around March 20th. And when they make that announcement, they're anticipating extending the comment deadline on that at least 2 weeks, which would put it whatever 2 weeks after March 22nd is. April 4th or 5th or 3rd.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. I totally spaced on that. that comment letter also. So that's 4 things.
But Carrie, on that one, that would go through the QR process, right? Because we're not meeting in August. We're not on the April agenda. And given that that comment deadline is going to probably overlap with the council's April meeting, that we would go through the QR process for that one.
Yeah, I don't see us being able to put together a coherent, sufficient draft comment letter in time for the March briefing book, the supplemental deadline, which is in 6 days.
I believe you're correct.
But what we could do is, we could write up this March supplemental report that says, hey, we just met and we identified these newish things that you need to be aware of. And attached is a draft comment on the NOI and information on the cumulative impacts business. And then we also talked about AB 525 comments, which we will work on developing for you through the QR process.
Yeah, I can write up a paragraph on that for the supplemental. See, Corey Niles has got his hand up.
Well, I was going to say, we did discuss that by email, and I thought we were going to try to get the draft letter in front of the council, but yeah, time being what it is, maybe at least pulling it out, the points in our report would be good enough. But well, one, I have a question on the Oregon part, but just a small addition for the supplemental report would be the Washington engagement process, and if anybody had any points to put in there. No one spoke up other than willingness to talk, but just putting any kind of input into the supplemental report would be a 4th bullet, I guess, if I'm keeping count.
Well, Corey, or would that be something that we put in the April informational report?
Yeah, well, I don't think there'd be much of a difference.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking like, what's the timeliness? If there's not some action needed or something sort of sooner, we might want to focus on like the NOI and the AB 525 business, which have.
Well, the engagement stuff will be over. Oh, if they follow their timeline, it'll be over by April. So I guess it would just be requesting if this group would like one to comment, quick response style, probably on their draft report. In May-ish, was the timeline.
Okay, so there is, sorry if I'm a little bit behind here. So there is a request for comments on the WCMAX engagement report or business, right?
It's I forget the exact title, what they're calling it, but it's not the WCMAC, it's the governor, the consultants, the GridWorks people are producing a report to the governor.
Got it.
In that report, final in June, but they're putting it out for like 30-day comment sometime in May.
Sounds like that should be mentioned in either our supplemental March or our April report, and then probably tee it up for a potential QR process given the timing. Since we wouldn't even probably see the draft until May, but we could at least, put it on our Mike's MPC year at a glance table and alert the council to it. How does that sound, Corey?
Yeah, well, it's on the generic effort is on the quick response already, just making it more specific of comment on report, if that's what you're saying. That should work. And again, assuming people want to, WDFW will be providing input.
Yeah, I think if we include a paragraph in it in our supplemental about what GridWorks is doing and how this feeds into the governor's efforts to look at different stakeholder engagement processes. And then I think, Corey, if you need to, on the floor on the 8th, you can expand upon it more if on things we don't cover or don't hit on in detail.
Yeah, that works.
So you just volunteered to write that paragraph.
Sure.
Okay. I think what I'm here. Oh, there's a hand up. Mike O.
Yeah, Corey, just real quick, remember the technical team did put together a little bit of a document, or at least a few paragraphs. I think it was more than that, on the engagement process. So I don't know if you want to include something off of that or not, or if it's ready for prime time yet, but I thought we pretty well finished it in those meetings. So anyway, just a thought.
Okay, well, maybe I'll give you a call, Mike, and are you talking about the action plan thing?
I think this was before that. There was a letter we sent to the governor, but I thought we included we had an engagement plan, or what we'd like to see.
Principles of engagement.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Yeah, well, I think we've already pretty positive. We actually mentioned that in one of our NPC reports in the past, but we can remind people
Okay.
if you like.
As long as it's okay to bring it outside of the technical committee, which I assume it is.
Yeah, no, I think it was I can't remember exactly how it went down, but it was recommended by the full WCMAC and put in a letter to put in a letter from the chair of the WCMAC to the governor, and I think that's pretty sure that's public.
Okay, just wanted to remind you.
I have a vague recollection of including a link to that principles of engagement in one of our briefing book reports. I just don't remember when it was, June, September, sometime last year. I distinctly remember including a link to that. '26, huh, Carrie?
Yeah, Monday.
I had that one. Sorry, I had that one other thing, substantive thing. If you're wrapping us up, I didn't mean to cut off. Otherwise,
No, go ahead, Corey.
yeah, I guess the thought that on the Oregon comments, and again, maybe this is just me being not paying close attention, but I'm hearing that the Oregon governor, like Jessica and Susan, went over about having this Maine style roadmap. I'm not understanding how these leasing in October fits into that roadmap. Did we discuss that? Like, we have this roadmap, forward-looking roadmap. Yet then Boehm was telling us they want to lease in October, assuming all the boxes are checked.
I'm not sure if I quite follow. I don't see the roadmaps / coastwide cumulative impacts being really tied to any of the current sort of benchmarks or NEPA documents.
This is a different roadmap.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The one we talked about, unless I'm confused. It's the one that Susan
4080.
the group on. 4080, 525.
Oh, that, okay.
Too
So-
many numbers.
Corey, to answer your question, I don't think it does. I don't think the Oregon roadmap there's no way it'll be done in time. BOEM has said to some of us in the industry that they're going to go forward with offshore leasing in October. And it doesn't, the Oregon roadmap will not have any influence on that. So I think we're just stuck. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, that's what BOEM said today too.
Right.
But then, yeah, what is the roadmap for? Is kind of what am I missing? More lease areas, more areas off Oregon.
Yeah, it's more to look beyond the current WIAs, like sort of the strategic plan that AB 525 is doing. So, if we're going to do more offshore wind in the future in Oregon, what do we want to look at and consider? Do we want to look more holistically at offshore wind in Oregon, along with the entire energy portfolio for Oregon? Do we want to look at other areas? If so, what are some of the exit ramps for those areas for which, Oregon will just say, no, you can't, we don't agree that this is a good place for it. Let's find another place or something. Just those kind of future looking questions.
Okay, thanks, Susan. That helps. Geez, I can't remember what we even talked about this morning, but is there a target production for the wind energy areas? Could get smaller, the lease areas, but are they still working on that same, 3 gigawatts planning goal? For
Yeah, as I
wind
understand it, the lease areas could be smaller, but we don't know if they will be. So.
Hey, Susan, can I ask a question of you on that roadmap?
Sure.
Given that the leases are limited to allowing just submission of a COP, right, and all that precedes that,
right?
The roadmap could theoretically help inform what may or may not be included within a COP based upon whatever that roadmap reveals. So it's not like once the leases are issued, the roadmap doesn't apply. Right there, it could set up different types of contingencies or whatnot that, if they're later revealed, then maybe some avoidance, mitigation, minimization measures would be included in a COP. At least that's how I envision it.
Right. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. But I know under HB 4080, the roadmap wouldn't be done for another year and a half. So, there's some overlap or could be overlap, but it's more forward looking, I think. So.
Right. Okay, thanks.
I think Jessica was going to answer my question about, was it 3 gigawatts still, Jessica?
Up to 3 gigawatts.
Up to. Yeah, I think, Mike, you're getting at what I was kind of where I think, are we going to say anything in the letter about that roadmap and how it fits in? And I would think we would want to, is my thought.
All right, well, let's talk about getting these reports drafted up and sent around to the MPC for review, comment, reworking, especially the ones that need to be submitted by next Monday for the supplemental March briefing book. So let's start there. So I'm happy to take a first crack at NOI comments in Oregon, but I also, am happy to divert to Jessica and Susan and other Oregon folks, or we can collaborate. And then also, speaking of Jessica and Mike, are you guys able to put in some time over the next couple of days for on the cumulative effects roadmap report? Because what we'd need to get this back to the MPC for at least a few days of review by like Thursday night, so you guys can have Friday the weekend, maybe Monday morning to polish it off. Thoughts on that, Jessica? Go.
Well, I'm also, so yeah, couple of answers there. So I'm happy to review the NOI for Oregon, but I will be working on ODFW's comments on that. So that's kind of where I'm going to be focused on, but I'm happy to review. I can provide a little bit more development of that coastwide cumulatives impacts, but also I'm going to be focusing on the NOI for ODFW. So just want to be transparent about my priorities there.
No, and thanks for that, Jessica. And I'll jump into that. We have to you and I have to figure out something else to call it because there's too many roadmaps.
No roadmaps.
The inside HMS joke.
Oh yeah, that's another roadmap.
Yes, it is.
That's the long and winding roadmap. Well, for me, I have some time the rest of today and this evening because I have a flight to California, and I can put in a few hours on this stuff. After that, I'm a little more out of pocket the rest of the week, but I'll see how much progress I can make. I'll start with the NOI, and Mike, it sounds like you can start working on the cumulative impacts non-roadmap or whatever we're calling it.
Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of the NOI, we have the ones that we submitted for Humboldt and Morro Bay that can be very much of a guide, right? Just add some Oregon specific type of stuff. So hopefully that's not too heavy of a lift.
Exactly. That's why I volunteered for it, because I'll just pull from, yeah.
And then I'll
but
put together.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll put together. Before you tell me, I'll volunteer for the 525 item, just a paragraph or two with some bullet points.
Great.
Well, that's where on NOI being simple. I mean, don't you guys think, like Heather Mann put the comment in the chat that where it was in the back of my mind, is the council has made policy statements and letters about it, and BOEM went the direction that was contrary to that. So we're not going to, but we're just going to be, the council's just going to be silent. I would think that you would want to follow up with why the answer is still not satisfactory based on the considerations laid out before. Furthermore, there's this roadmap coming, and it's better to drive with the roadmap than without one, kind of politics thing. So that's where I was trying to raise. So I'm not quite, if no one else wants to go there, I won't push it, but it seems to be consistent with the ongoing conversation we've had with BOEM.
Hey, Corey, I'm happy to go there. I just don't know if we're beating our head against the wall. I mean, how many times can we ask the council to endorse something like that? I'm only being sensitive to what the council, has said in the past. I would fully support that. I think we should, I'm happy with saying, BOEM, stop this until the Oregon roadmap is done. But there are a lot of contingencies on that, right? I mean, I'm expecting 4080 to pass and for a roadmap to get started and completed. But what if it doesn't pass? Will the governor actually push back on BOEM to not do any leasing until the roadmap is done? So in some respects, I think we need to hedge our bets a little bit, but I'm comfortable with putting that in there because we've requested that in the past. I just don't know what appetite the council will have for doing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I thought the other name for the council process is banging your head against the wall. So a lot of us are you just shaking a very long rope, is I think how John Kuhn used to say it. Yeah, so again, I don't want to push people there if they're not comfortable, but I think I agree with Heather Mann is trying to read her chats and talk at the same time. My instinct would be to keep making the case even if we're going to lose it. Probably wouldn't.
I mean, we've
Yeah,
done
that's
that in the
fine. And if
past.
the council doesn't have any appetite for including that, the letter will be in the briefing book. So they will have the chance to read it and say on the council floor, yay, nay, or whatever. So yeah, so that's fair. I'm good with that.
Yeah, and we've done that in the past, right? We've started off our letters saying, don't do it, and then followed up by saying, but in the event that you do it this way. And there's no reason why we can't have something in the introductory paragraph expressing displeasure for, rushing it through and go that route.
Yep, exactly.
All right, how are we doing here? Do we have a plan of attack?
For now, till the next notice comes out tomorrow.
Bite your tongue.
I know.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So I see what we're doing for the supplemental. What are we doing for April?
Well,
which item is going to be in? I mean, it sounds, aside from the state by state update stuff, which it sounds like we're incorporating in. The site surveys were something that we discussed today that aren't noted anywhere on here. The stuff that Lila and her folks covered. Do we just have an informational report in April that does a high level overview of what we got from the site surveys and the NIMS updates? If Lila is still here, is that too late? Or would that still be timely a month and a half from now?
Well, for me, the litmus test is what's actionable and what needs to be in front of the council, before the March council meeting. And so the stuff like, what we heard about the site surveys and the state updates and the NIMS update, I don't think, and the tribal update, though, there aren't any comment deadlines or anything like that, I think, unless I'm mistaken. So for that stuff that is less urgent, I thought that after we wrap up this supplemental March business, then we'd turn to our standard report and put in the state updates and the tribal and the NIMS and that stuff. And, the year at a glance.
Yep. Got it.
Jessica.
No, I was just going to say that I know that the IEA, where those indicators are in, will be in the ecosystem report under the ecosystem status report. So I don't necessarily think it's wrong to give them kudos at different times. I'll defer to Lila on that, but I think it's always good to acknowledge the utility of the IEA report.
I remember what else, Carrie? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lila.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, we just provided informational updates. It's nothing timely that needs to be in the March supplemental.
Okay. Well, then let's go with that then. Highlighted in yellow are the bits that would go into that informational report for April. That deadline is March 18th. So let's wrap up this March supplemental stuff as soon as possible. Let's shoot to have something out to the MPC for review no later than COB Thursday. I mean, shit, if we can knock it out, sooner and get it out for review, let's go for it. And then have to have it turned in here by next Monday. And
Carrie, I'm gonna be that guy again.
Sorry, what? You're gonna be that guy? All right.
We may also need to have a placeholder for a supplemental in April based upon the committee of the whole thing.
Oh yeah, that's true. That and I'm glad you brought that up. So to that end, I'm pretty sure that the March 29th Thank you. That's what I thought. The March 29th sort of all hands briefing on the committee of the whole is designed in part for the committees who aren't going to be in session to be able to get the information, and it will sort of empower them to write a supplemental report should they want to. So that's also a possibility, but that's down the road another month or so or more.
Yep.
But good, yeah. All right, it's 3:57. Whose hand is still up? Corey Niles.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking until 4 o'clock. No matter what.
Corey?
But no, I just think on the comments on the IEA, if we had all the time in the world, it'd probably be better to do it for March. But I think that just to draw, I think I had lost my thought, but it's getting that effort connected to the cumulative impacts roadmap is, we can make that point in writing, but to me, that's what we should also be doing is, hey, these NIMS has shown some good leadership here, and we want them to, look forward to connecting their efforts to these in the future. But I'm assuming everyone agrees, and I can suggest some language in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's not unreasonable at all. Mike Conroy was going to write up a paragraph on AB 525, and that would, not take him too long. I see no reason why we can't throw that in. I just don't want us to get us overly distracted by, other stuff. But if you or someone wants to write up, a paragraph or short couple of paragraphs about the IEA, and sort of, it is topical and relevant both for the March meeting, because that's when it's being reported on, and we're going to be talking about the, cumulative impact business. So you want to write that up, Corey? Can you do a paragraph or two? I don't think it should be more than that, on the IEA indicators for offshore wind.
I'll give it the old college try.
Well,
All right.
sorry,
Pull an all-nighter at the coffee shop.
if you want just a short summary of what was presented today, I could probably do that. But Corey, if you had something else in mind,
well, would be the urging of the connection between the IEA and what we were talking about is really the addition I was talking about. That didn't come out of my mouth right, but
okay, just get in touch. Let's chat after this.
okay.
Yeah, why don't you guys write up, paragraph or two, and we can incorporate it into the supplemental report. Okay.
Thank you, Corey, for taking us to 4 o'clock. You said you were going to do it, and you did it.
Ah, man, he's a man of his word. Okay, last call, NPC members. Any questions? All right, then I'll say please be on the lookout and be prepared Thursday, Friday, over the weekend to review what we send you and make any comments. We'll probably give you, depending on when we send it out for comments, we might give like a Friday evening or a Sunday night deadline for comments so that we can turn it around and get it in the briefing book. So be at the ready, please. Mike, Susan, any closing remarks?
Goodbye.
Nope.
That's
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Right. Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks to the presenters from Canopy, Equinor, and Golden State. Thanks for BOEM for joining us and answering some questions. We always appreciate their presence, and to Kelly and George Waters. Lila, thanks for bringing them on board. So I thought this was a really good, informative meeting. I appreciate everyone's participation, and we'll be talking soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Bye.